Italy, one of the greatest countries on earth.
It's achingly beautiful. It's like a mirage.
I'm Alex Polizzi, and my Italian heritage is intrinsic to who I am.
Buongiorno.
I've got a treasure trove of childhood memories that were made here. Now I'm returning on a voyage of discovery that will take me from top to toe.
It gives me shivers to be back.
Immersing myself in the culture of its vast regions. Reconnecting with my roots.
Hi, darling.
And uncovering some of this magnificent country's secrets.
This has completely blown me away. Wow. Wow. This is one of the glories of Italy, and if you haven't seen it, you really should come.
My grand tour starts in the north, on a trip that will take me from the completely historic to the unmistakably modern. From the exquisite beauty of Venice to the bustle of chic Milan. Venice, in my eyes, one of the wonders of the world. It's the perfect place to start my Italian odyssey.
Whenever I come here, I always think it's such a miracle that Venice is still inhabited. It's achingly beautiful, and it's like a mirage. It doesn't seem real.
It's a city I know well. My grandmother, who I called Nonna, was Venetian.
I must have been here at least 40 times in my life. And it can be smelly, and it can be busy, and my goodness, it's expensive, but none of that matters. You just feel like you're treading in the steps of some of the great painters and architects and great thinkers who have ever walked this earth.
It's no secret Venice is a popular destination. An estimated 20 million people visit each year. But there is one way you can have this city almost to yourself. If you can drag yourself out of bed, you'll be rewarded.
Piazza San Marco, the very heart of Venice. Almost impossible to visit these days because of the crowds. The only way to do it is very early in the morning or very late at night. Grazie. Buona giornata. This is early morning. There's very few people around except your average Venetian taking his daily run, the street sweepers, the cafes for the workmen, and me finally being able to get up close and personal with some of the beauties that you come to Venice to see. I think it is very easy at this time of day to feel as if it's all a stage set. It is so beautiful. In 5 hours' time, this whole street will be a river of humanity. Very unpleasant. There's a cruise ship that's about to disgorge 5,000 people into the streets of Venice, all with a packed lunch and a bottle of water. It looks completely wrong. I mean, look, it's as tall as the Campanile. It's just ridiculous. We're right opposite the Bridge of Sighs. I think this is the first time in years that I haven't had to fight my way through 6 layers of tourists with cameras. People come here with a list of things to see and tick them off and rush off and never, ever get a chance to soak in the true beauty.
St. Mark's Square is one of the most iconic sights in Venice, and one of the priciest too.
You can get the most expensive coffee in the world here. We had 2 orange juices, a bottle of water, 4 coffees and 2 cappuccinos, and I think the whole lot came to 200 euros. In the old days, there was a little old lady here who used to sell birdseed, and you'd have all these pigeons on you. I've got so many photos like that at home of us younger, covered in these flying rats. Nowadays, feeding the pigeons is enormously discouraged because they've worked out how bad they are. It's amazing to think that under this very solid-seeming square lies fathoms and fathoms of water. It's quite easy to completely forget that this is a city in the middle of the sea. It's places like Venice that marks us out as a civilized world. And it makes me sad because I don't think that we're creating anything these days that is as impressive. And this is miraculous on so many levels. It's the triumph of faith and hope, determination and tenacity. Feast your eyes on this square, as empty as it is, because this is the last time today it's going to look like this.
Venice is romantic and magical on any budget. But it can be dazzling if you have money to burn. Open your wallet wide and you can find suites fit for Hollywood film stars. This is the playground of the rich and famous. There are 12 five-star hotels in the city. I think one of the finest is the Hotel Bauer, owned by Francesca Bortolotto, a Venetian through and through.
So, Francesca, I feel like I have a connection with Venice because of my nonna. And every time I arrive, I feel tearful at the beauty of it. I mean, it takes my breath away still now. And I've come at least once a year, every year of my life.
For me, it has the same effect. And the whole world comes to Venice.
Yeah.
So, you know, every day you wake up and you look at this and you know why you're so privileged.
Francesca has agreed to give me an exclusive glimpse of their most exclusive suite.
Here we go, darling.
Wow.
That's what you wanted to see.
This is amazing. I don't know what to look at first.
I think it's one of the most dramatic rooms of Venice. And Charles and Camilla, they were here, by the way, and they love this room. But they consider this very close to home.
This room is aptly called the Royal Suite, and it comes at a royal price, 15,000 euros a night.
It's the most stunning, stunning room.
The Church of La Salute is what I consider maybe the most iconic view of Venice.
The opulent suite is decorated in traditional Venetian style, with silk fabrics, period furnishings, and original Murano glass chandeliers. Every touch of luxury is obsessed about, even down to the handmade bathroom products. Like a lot in the Royal Suite, it's locally sourced, made in a small but high-tech cosmetics lab in the city. The lab produces soaps and lotions for the city's best hotels, using fragrances grown in its own garden. What's surprising is that this garden is in a female penitentiary. And the people making the soaps are inmates.
And here it is.
This is the first time I've ever set foot in a prison. Francesca is one of the founders of the project.
Very delicate.
It's very delicate, and of course they are more expensive than average amenities in the hotel.
So it's all natural.
All natural, yeah. Oh, this is very good. I love this.
Currently, there are 3 inmates working in the cosmetics lab. A con artist, a Romanian caught up in drug trafficking, and a young North African girl involved in a theft. Another 5 inmates tend the garden, where they also grow fruit and veg to sell to local people. Queue outside the prison on a Wednesday morning, and you can buy some of the freshest fruit and vegetables in the city.
People who work in the laboratory get paid, don't they?
Of course. Then not only they get paid, But then they get a certificate when they leave the jail that they have been working, and so when they get out, they can be more suitable to find another job. Once you have a difficulty in your life, and for good or bad, I'm not criticizing, but then you're doing something beautiful. It makes you feel better, you know. And if you've done something not so beautiful, this is a way to straighten up in some way what your past has been.
Venice is certainly a city of surprises, and there are more to come. Many centuries ago, the Republic of Venice was known as La Serenissima, which translates as the most serene. But you wouldn't think it when you see its crowded canals today. Venice is a city literally built on water.
Everything you have to do in an ordinary city, you have to do here on a boat. My grandmother, who only died 5 years ago, who was Venetian, said to me that the Rialto used to be a hive of industry. Venice has been a city of merchants, that's why it exists. It was a staging post between the east and the west. It brought all the spices that were so in demand.
The modern merchants of Venice fight through the waterways and canals with the city's gondoliers. For centuries, the iconic gondolas were the chief means of transportation in the city. These days, they are mainly very expensive water taxis, costing €80 for a 40-minute ride. It is estimated that there were 8,000 to 10,000 gondolas during the 17th and 18th century. Now, only 425 remain. A gondola is made up of 8 different kinds of wood. For a gondolier, the most vital part is the forcola, the lock the oar is held in. It enables the gondolier to change the speed and the direction of his boat. Every forcola is a unique piece, bespoke and handcrafted to the needs of each individual gondolier. It's a dying art. Only 4 oarlock producers remain in the whole of Venice. At 30 years of age, Piero Dri is the youngest.
How long have you been doing this?
It's about 8 years.
What did you do before?
Before I studied astronomy.
How many hours does it take you to make an oarlock?
30, 35. Yeah. When you start from the piece of tree, I look at it and I say, oh no, it's very difficult.
Piero has offered to let me in on a local secret. Venice lies on an archipelago made up of 118 islands. It's separated by 177 canals and linked by 409 bridges. And it's clearly best seen from the water. As a Venetian born and bred, Piero has offered to take me off the beaten track and give me a local's guide to some of its most beautiful canals.
This is amazing because your workshop is about 100 meters away from the Rialto Bridge, but it's a world away. It feels like a different city.
Yeah. Venice is divided in 6 big areas, no?
We are drifting through the Cannaregio, the northernmost of the 6 historic districts. Here you can almost forget the hustle and bustle of the tourists and really admire this beautiful place.
So there's some areas where the gondoliers tend to congregate.
Yeah.
And then other waterways, come questa, that you never see, you don't see anybody.
Sì, è vero. In the most part of Venice, we live only with tourism. You can't find the real shops that a human need in a city for his life, no?
The ironmonger, the supermarket.
Sì.
School pickup time.
Yeah.
If there's only 48,000 people who live here, who lives in the other apartments? I mean, is there a lot of empty houses?
Yeah. Many are empty because are second properties of American people or whatever. And the problem is that they come here one time every year. Or...
Yeah. You know, Venice will only continue to exist if real people live here. The problem is, rather like London, that Venetians are priced out of the city. And so there's less and less vita del popolo, everyday life here. It's become almost like a Disneyland.
Sorry?
È diventato quasi come un Disneyland.
Ah, sì, sì, senza dubbio.
If you want to escape the theme park Venice, there are other islands worth a visit. Burano is a real surprise. It's a small island, a short boat ride from Venice. Every house is painted a blindingly bright and cheerful colour. Legends say it was to help drunken fishermen find their home after a hard day's drinking. Whilst nearby Murano is famous for glass production, Burano is all about lace. It's been a desirable product since the 16th century, and it's still made here by hand today. Across Burano, an army of local ladies painstakingly hand-stitch the lace from their own homes. Each one of them specialises in a different kind of stitching. It's incredibly intricate, detailed work requiring great skill. A tablecloth can take up to 2 years to make. Today, there are very few lace makers left capable of producing needle lace like this. It's another great Venetian tradition with an uncertain future. One local tradition that is still going strong is a love of food. My Venetian grandmother always cooked local dishes for me as a child, and I remember them to this day.
Delicious. Venetian tradition of food is fantastic. A few highlights are liver and baby octopus, anything from the sea, in fact, but also they have a very sweet tooth, Venetians, and all these indulgences that quite often come out just for Carnival. None of them look very good for the figure, but they're delicious on the lips.
Monica Cesarato is a food writer and Venice's best-known gastronomic guide.
Why is there such an amazing and varied cooking tradition in Venice?
Because Venice was a port, so there is the influence of all the countries to which it was exposed. So you have a bacala from Northern Europe, you have all the spices from the Middle East, you have all the fruits and vegetables from Africa, and as well as the produce, Venice was importing also all the different recipes.
For me, no trip to Venice is complete without eating my favourite Venetian recipe, the frittole or sweet cake. Chef Ada Catto is a Venetian treasure who makes frittole the way that my grandmother used to.
Hey! Ciao! Ben arrivate.
Grazie, questa è Alex.
Piacere.
Alex, grazie, signora.
Buona arrivata.
Grazie. So, my nonna used to make these for us, but she only made them in the winter.
Better to have a high calories in winter than in summer,
Yes.
I suppose. You know, in Venice, frittelle used to be called anything that could be fried.
Ah.
Now we got to the point where we only identify it as frittella, the sweet cakes for Carnival. And frittelle is one of the oldest recipes for cakes. It actually goes back to the Roman times. And then in the 1700s, it was declared the national cake of Venice.
The dough is simple enough to make. Water, sugar, butter and plain flour, and then you add eggs.
She's gonna check if temperature is ready just by putting the...
E qui fa le bolle.
If you mix it.
So when you stick in a wooden spoon and the bubbles rise to the
Yes.
surface, that moment the oil is ready?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
exactly at the right temperature.
Once the oil is hot, Ada simply spoons in the frittole mix and cooks until they puff up into golden brown balls, turning regularly.
Every city in Italy has their specialities.
Yes.
But in Venice, they have, it seems that Venetians have a very sweet tooth.
Yes, because Venice discovered the use of sugar in culinary use rather than pharmaceutical use.
Ah.
And that's why we got so many cakes. And then with the spices, they combine the sugar with all the spices from the Middle East. And
The recipe varies from household to household. Some people add ricotta to the dough. Some people fill them with chocolate drops and raisins. But my grandmother made hers with zabaglione cream, a mixture of eggs, sugar and marsala wine.
Now she's putting the powdered sugar on top, like in the old days. And that's what gives the extra sweetness, just in case you didn't have enough.
Prendiamo quella più fredda.
Thank you.
Buone?
Buonissimo.
Marsala col marsala è buono.
Oh, mamma mia, quanto mi piace. That is really delicious. Mangi qualcosa e ti vengono così, sei trasportata.
Yes, it brings you back all the, just one smell, one flavor of something brings you back a memory. It's like, oh, you're there again.
Oh, it reminds me so much of my granny.
Good, I'm pleased about that.
Grazie.
Va bene, prego.
Quite honestly, I wasn't expecting to feel as emotional as that. It really brought a complete whoosh of my grandmother back to me. And she was an amazing cook, and I'm really sad that I didn't take more advantage at the time. You somehow think when you're young that people are going to be there forever and that things are going to continue in that way forever. But I tell you something, after that example before me, I'm going to go home, and before I forget, I'm going to make sure that I do it at least once.
Coming back here has reminded me just how much this city means to me.
I think Venice is impossible and magical and unique. And I think unique is a word that's so overused, but this place, there is nowhere else like it in the world. This is the only Venice.
I've travelled 2 hours west of Venice to the majesty of the Italian Alps, home to the great lakes of Garda and Como, but I'm not here for them. Hidden in the mountains is a gem of a place, the remote village of Bagolino.
Fascinated by this little village. It's at the end of a road. There's one road in, the same way out, and it is incredibly wealthy enough to have constructed this amazing church.
Bagolino is a prosperous place whose wealth originates from mining. Today, though, this small hilltop village is home to one of the most expensive cheeses in all of Italy. Bagos is a salty cheese infused with saffron. Only 1,500 wheels are produced each year on small family farms dotted around Bagolino. It doesn't come cheap. Bagos cheese is sold in Rome for £71 a kilo. The Stagnoli family has been producing Bagos cheese for centuries, and they still make the cheese today using the same techniques their ancestors did hundreds of years ago.
Alex,
Primo,
cosa sta facendo?
facendo formaggio, diciamo.
All of that is going to make just one cheese. Lo fai ogni mattina il formaggio?
Tutti i giorni.
Tutti i giorni della vita? 7 giorni alla settimana?
365 giorni all'anno. Tante volte, anche 2 o 3 volte al giorno.
Growing up, he didn't want to do this. And he tried to escape it, but he realised it was useless. This was his destiny. It's bloody hard work. So he did the sign of the cross before starting, because this is an important job. He wants it to go well. This milk is 48 degrees, sometimes even 50. Deve avere le braccia di...
Ma sono cotte.
He says his arms are cooked by now. In the beginning, it was a bit harder for him to bear, but he's so used to it now. He says he's tanned from here downwards. Look at this thing, it's enormous. Devi essere forte, mamma mia. Yum yum. Lei mangia il suo formaggio tutti i giorni?
Sì.
Sì.
Naturalmente. Adesso lo copro.
It takes a minimum of 36 months for this to mature. Then the cheese is ready.
Primo learnt his trade from his father. Incredibly, at 82 years of age, Giuseppe Stagnoli is still making Bagos cheese every day.
Accendiamo la luce?
Sì. Wow, wow, che bello che è qui. Mamma mia. Molto impressionante. Questo è più vecchio di quello?
Questo ha 1 anno e mezzo.
A year and a half old.
Questo ne ha 3 anni.
3 years old,
Yes.
sì.
Oppa!
Grazie.
E ancora vuol provarlo?
Io non ho mai provato prima.
No? Strano.
Ma mi piace tantissimo. It's quite a strong flavor, even at a year old. Grazie. It's quite pungent. It's absolutely delicious. Quante generazioni della famiglia hanno fatto questo formaggio, secondo lei?
Ma da sempre, da 700 anni fa, insomma, ha sempre fatto questo mestiere, sempre. Forse 8 o 10 generazioni dietro, Te l'ho detto, oriundi dall'Ucraina.
Amazing. There's a big history here. My gosh. 7 figli.
7.
Quanti lavorano?
3 fanno questo mestiere. Speriamo che continuano qualcheduno, perché sono mestieri che vanno scomparendo.
Very encouraging. He says all the old traditions are dying out and he's desperate to keep them alive, at least this one.
Per fare questo mestiere bisogna incominciare ancora.
Giovane.
Fa un altro mestiere tornando indietro da questo.
Allora dice che è troppo tardi per me.
Ma sarà facile,
He says, really, to do this job well, you have to learn it as a child.
In their own way, farms like the Stagnolis are just as much of an Italian treasure as historic cities like Venice.
Italy's been mined for years, and yet you can still turn the corner and find something like this that you just never knew existed. I do think that it is really deep in their blood. They love it. And it's obviously something they hold very dear. And if it wasn't for families like these, all the old traditions would die out. One shouldn't over-glamorise this life. It's very hard. It's working 365 days a year, come rain, come snow. You know, I'm only 3rd generation removed from a whole load of subsistence farmers in the hills around Rome. My grandfather's family raised horses, the Italian cavalry. And it was a bloody hard life, and that's why they all escaped. They all ran away, and his family moved to England. I mean, I admire this lot for holding firm.
I'm leaving behind the peace and tranquility of the Alps and heading to the big city. No trip to the north of Italy would be complete without a hit of modern Milan.
I lived in Rome in my late 20s, and we used to often come to Milan to have a taste of modern Italian life, because of course this is the city you live in if you don't want to live in the historic past.
The capital of the north and Italy's 2nd largest city, Milan is brash, bold and fun. Even the hotels are achingly cool.
It's got a very high opinion of itself, Milan, and one that's probably justified. It's easy to drop an enormous amount of money because the shops are fabulous. And everywhere you see the very modern and the ancient juxtaposed, and I find that very attractive. In a typical way that happens only in Milan, you have a very modern office block next to this glorious galleria.
This is a city that's misunderstood.
Tourists think it's just some concrete jungle, but actually there's so much here. There's beautiful churches, there's beautiful historic monuments. I've become more and more fond of this city as I've got to know it better, and I think there's plenty to discover and to enjoy here.
Milan may have the reputation of being Italy's most modern and forward-thinking city, but it also has a lot of history and tradition too. But to sample some of Milan's finest history, it's not a church you need to hunt out, it's a cafe.
I don't think there's an Italian alive who doesn't love panettone. I like it toasted with butter and at almost every time of the year. My grandmother used to serve it from Christmas until Easter, and it was a highlight of our weekends. If we're going to eat panettone, this is the place to come, Milan.
Cafe Cookie is the locals' favourite and lays a claim to serving the best panettone in the world. They've been baking the classic Italian cake since 1936. King of panettone at the cafe is the rather aptly named head baker, Tony. He's been mastering his art for over 20 years. Most of us think of panettone as an Italian Christmas cake. In Tony's kitchen, they bake it all year round. It's not just a seasonal treat here.
How many panettones do you make
From this, more or less 35, 30 for the 1 kilo, more or less. We add flour.
So how long does the whole process take to make a panettone?
For the beginning to prepare the yeast, 36, 40 hours.
What goes into panettone then? Obviously yeast, flour.
Butter,
Yeah.
eggs,
The yolk.
yolk.
Yeah.
And sugar.
Yeah.
And this is with vanilla, orange, peel of orange, candied.
Yeah. Ooh. Very nice. This is the
This
fruit.
give the taste of the panettone.
Do you like making panettone?
Yes, we like because it's different every time, and we have to control the yeast very, very well.
What makes the cookies panettone so special is their mother yeast. It's more than 70 years old, refreshed by Tony on a daily basis with more water and flour.
Look at that. Wow.
This is called pirlatura,
Yes.
and give off the panettone
It's
a
strength.
good strength.
It's a real skill. No, you can't just come off the street and learn how to do this. It takes years to learn it well.
Ah,
Huh?
see.
Before the panettones are ready to go in the oven, the dough is washed with egg, a scattering of flaked almonds, and a yummy topping.
We used to get into terrible trouble as children because we used to pick that bit, the topping of the panettone. Delicious. It's all sugary and nutty, and we used to leave the cake and just eat the topping, which is very frowned upon, believe me, in my family. Mamma mia, che buono. Sugar on sugar, my dear of heaven. This is the best bit.
Once the cakes have been baked, there's one last secret to their success.
So, this is the trick to panettone. Unless they hang it upside down, it collapses like a souffle. So this is how they make sure it keeps its shape.
Now is the sweet moment.
Yum, yum.
It's better to eat after 3-5 days
it?
after the cook.
It's all right. I'm ready to risk it. My goodness. I don't think I've ever had a panettone so fresh. And this is my favourite by far. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
The panettone was just for starters. The Milanese main course is still to come. Everyone knows Milan is famous for fashion. What you might not know is that it's also home to the world's oldest shopping mall. This arcade was built in homage to Vittorio Emanuele II, the King of Italy, from the Milanese. Built in 1865, it was dubbed Il Salotto di Milano, the living room of Milan. And since then, the Galleria has become the favoured meeting place in the city.
This has got to be one of the most elegant, beautiful shopping arcades in the whole world. I love it. I love everything about it, from the mosaic floor to the unity of all the shop signs being in gold on black. There's the most wonderful shops here, delicious restaurants. This is a hub for Milanese life. This was built in the turbulent era of Italian unification and represented in the mosaics are some of the symbols of the biggest cities in Italy. So there is the lily representing Florence and the bull of Turin. It's considered good luck to step on the bull's genitals, and you'll see every Milanese person makes a detour just to do that, which is why there's such a hole worn in the mosaic. This galleria took years to build, and on the very day it opened, the architect Mengoni fell to his death right at this spot. In the typical way of Italy, this has now become a lucky area, and the bull is the centre of all that luck. The tradition is you're supposed to spin backwards 3 times, but I think that tends to mark you out as a tourist. Are these tourists going to step on the bull's balls? Oh, yep, and round he goes. But he's going forward. Someone ought to tell him. Everybody does it, not just tourists, though, even the Milanese.
This galleria connects 2 of Milan's most famous landmarks, the Duomo, the 5th largest cathedral in the world, and the legendary La Scala Theatre. This theatre is a Milanese treasure.
Wow, every time I walk into La Scala, I get shivers up my spine. This is probably the most famous opera house in the world, and it has made and broken more reputations than any other.
La Scala was opened in 1778, and over the past 200 years, the greatest stars of opera and ballet have performed on this stage. Luminaries such as Luciano Pavarotti, Rudolf Nureyev and Maria Callas. One of the hidden secrets of this Milanese institution is La Scala's workshops, located in an old steel factory on the outskirts of the city. Here you can get a unique La Scala experience, watching the best technicians in Italy design and produce sets and costumes for every production. Ruggero Berlini is the General Director of Set Design at La Scala.
Questa è la falegnameria e il premontaggio scene. In questo grande spazio proviamo a montare le scene prima che siano dipinte.
Che bello. Questo spazio è incredibile.
There's one area of the workshop I'm drawn to like a moth to the flame, the costume department.
Quanti costumi nuovi fate all'anno?
Possono esserci, non so, 600 costumi per un'opera, solo per un'opera. Di solito sono più opere, 9 opere, 8, 9, 10 opere e 5, 6 balletti.
Wow. Sì, ma anche qui c'è una sensazione di calma molto concentrata.
Sì, assolutamente. Qui invece abbiamo il magazzino.
Wow. Adoro anche tutte le...
Tutti i bottoni, tutte le spolette.
Mamma mia. Come scegliere?
Troppo.
Troppo, incredibile. Come la casa delle meraviglie per me. Adoro tutti questi, you know, all these velvet ribbons. I'd like a cupboard like this at home.
La Scala have built up a priceless collection of over 60,000 costumes, including outfits worn by Pavarotti and Maria Callas. Head archivist Rita is giving me a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get up close and personal with some operatic history.
Il più appariscente è un costume di Elettra.
Ma questo è incredibile.
Bellissima la storia di questi seni perché sono fatti dagli scultori, quindi si è fatto il calco sull'artista per avere la struttura fisica che poteva portare 2 seni così importanti. Molto bene.
Sì, mamma mia.
Sì.
Sì, mi sento un po' inadeguata.
Sei sottile, ti potrebbero stare bene. Invece questo è il famoso costume di Luciano Pavarotti, famoso anche perché firmato come costume da Missoni.
A me piacerebbe così tanto vedere qualcosa della Callas.
Bene, vuoi vedere la
Posso?
Calla? Sì.
Italians love opera, and I'm no exception. Maria Callas is an idol of mine. Her life was marked by scandals and ended with sudden death at 53. However, in the 10 years she performed, she set the world of opera alight.
Piuttosto delicati. E questi sono tutti suoi.
Mamma mia.
Her costumes are now kept under lock and key, as they are incredibly valuable and need to be preserved.
Puoi vedere quanto era magra questa donna.
Mamma mia, che non aveva una vita.
No, era...
Vita.
E qui siamo nel 57-58, quindi il momento più
della carriera
della
più
carriera, sì.
Yes. Ed era alta.
Per quegli anni era una donna
Grazie.
alta con un bel fisico.
I can't imagine singing and wearing that. And I'm also pretty impressed by how tiny she was. She had a tiny little waist and she was lovely and tall. I'm very jealous. Oh, wow, look at these, some of these.
Questo è Zeffirelli.
Zeffirelli from... Look at that!
Questo è Zeffirelli, turco in Italia.
That's, mamma mia, mi piace così tanto perché è elaborata.
Sì, beh, Zeffirelli è già...
Isn't that fun? Mamma mia, questo che...
Il Pogliuto. Questo è uno degli ultimi spettacoli che lei ha cantato in Scala, quindi 61.
Mi sto venendo la pelle d'oca, veramente, toccare una cosa che
è stata sua.
It's just pretty incredible to be touching this piece of history, and this piece of history that has worn so well. I mean, it's beautiful now, just as it must have been then.
Non si insegna, o si insegna poco, cos'è stato il melodramma italiano.
Sì.
Cosa sono stati... Sì, veramente, anche perché esiste ancora.
Cosa chiedono di vedere
l'ultimo
chi?
Michael Jackson. Non si sa mai alla Scala.
The last school trip, someone asked if they had an outfit that Michael Jackson had worn. I mean, tutti questi costumi hanno un valore per voi che lavorate in questo reparto.
Ci sentiamo di conservare un patrimonio italiano, milanese, ecco, quello. È un patrimonio di tutti, quindi non solo della Scala.
Sì, è vero. That was just amazing. I could have spent all day there. I think my favourite bit though was obviously the costumes. To hold something of Maria Callas's in my hands was an amazing experience.
My trip across the north of Italy is just the beginning. Next time, my journey takes in one of the most beautiful and undiscovered coastlines, and then on towards the hustle and bustle of Rome and the hilltop village where it all began.
Coming back here, it's rather amazing that my grandfather made such a success of himself, coming from this little place so high in the mountains.
I've left behind the cities and lakes of the north and travelled 3 hours south into central Italy, where I'll be exploring the little-known Le Marche region, before crossing the country to reminisce in Rome and finally into the hills for a family reunion. Le Marche, uncharted territory for millions of tourists who visit Italy each year. To me, its lush landscapes, sparsely populated with medieval villages, invite you to discover the region at the most leisurely pace. Le Marche is embraced by more than 100 magnificent miles of Italy's eastern coastline. And the most magical way to explore it is just as morning breaks.
Salve. Buongiorno. Isn't this just stunning? This very, very verdant hillside and this wonderful blue sea. White beach. It's a great combination.
This is tranquil Porto Novo, a tiny retreat hidden away on the Conero Riviera in the centre of the region. Few visitors know it exists. But for a cluster of artisanal fishermen, this is their place of work. The crystal waters lapping these shores are some of the cleanest around, and apparently they conceal one of the region's culinary riches.
Mussels get a very bad press, but largely they're farmed. This is the last place they're fished from the wild. So if you're going to eat mussels, this is where you should do it.
For decades, local trattorie have celebrated these little delicacies. But fishing for them is considered such a physically tough practice that it's now, sadly, in decline.
Buongiorno!
Eduardo is part of the Moscioli Fishing Cooperative, a team of just 4 boats that remain in this protected area.
Salve, buongiorno.
Ciao, Edoardo.
Alex.
Ciao, prego, benvenuto a bordo.
Grazie. Sei abbronzatissimo già. Sì.
Un bagnino deve essere abbronzato.
It usually takes 2 strong cups of coffee to wake me up this early, but Eduardo seems to be doing the trick. Each morning at the crack of dawn, the crew head out to a reef called Trave. It's one of the biggest natural breeding farms for mussels in the world, and it stretches for 700 meters underwater.
You can see the line of the reef coming down the mountain and it's all the way out there. So it's an amazing natural phenomenon.
The divers spend hours scraping off the mussels that have grown on this reef. Eduardo and his father feel a sense of responsibility towards their fellow fishermen.
E prosegue fino
Laggiù.
dove l'ultimo è quel pennone che si vede, è una Madonna,
Sì.
la Stella Maris.
So he says this is incredibly dangerous for shipping, even though it's very clearly marked. And so him and his dad put the Madonna out there as a reference point, not just for the fishermen, but to bring good luck in the sea.
Buongiorno. Dove le barche, non vedendo niente, perdono il loro motore.
This is a sustainable yet grueling way to fish, which is why the numbers willing to do it are falling. Massimo is now the crew's youngest diver, and he's 52.
Vede la sua vista, la sua cima, quando Massimo ha riempito il volighino, si chiama il volighino,
Tira su.
e lui tira.
Stays down there 3 or 4 hours. It's a hard bloody life, I tell you that for nothing.
Poi mette i moscioli qui, mette i moscioli in questa lavatrice,
Sì.
ok? E i moscioli si lavano, quelli piccoli, non grandi,
Scappano?
vengono in acqua.
Sì. It's so nice and
Ok,
eco.
fai fan giro.
I
Fai
mean,
fan
it's the
giro.
real way that people
Ok.
should fish.
Miss,
got-
for you.
Grazie. Look at this granddaddy
This is
mussel.
very, very much.
It's enormous. Not that size is everything, I'm told.
Sul mercato. Pescati e
Venduti.
via. Sì, e mangiati.
Fresher than that, I do not know. It's a little one.
È molto pericoloso questo.
See?
Questo ti taglia le dita.
E non lo mangi?
Sì, è molto buono, è un maschio.
Ah?
È un bellissimo crostaceo.
Ah.
Buono, molto buono.
Sì.
sì.
This is a real man. I wouldn't want to put
È
those
molto-
things anywhere near my tongue.
Siccome è piccolo, lo ributtiamo in mare.
Okay. They're only throwing him back into the sea because he's
Allora,
such a baby.
lo fai tu, eh?
Okay.
Decisa.
Decisa, sono bella
Sì.
decisa. Lo
Ok.
butto.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
Ciao. Godspeed. Have another few happy years.
A lifetime of fishing in these waters comes with its perks. Eduardo knows just where this coastline can be glimpsed at its best.
Look how beautiful this is.
È quasi il gemellaggio del verde.
This is his favourite spot because it's the amazing combination of greens, the green from the hillside and the green of the sea.
E look this. Guarda.
Oh, mamma mia. It's lovely to be with someone who's so knowledgeable about his area and who's so passionate about it. I mean, he is a part of a long, long tradition that goes back all the way to the 30s. This definitely does feel like one of those special places. You'd rather that not too many people find out about it.
Mussels have never really been my favourite dish. But since I've been given the opportunity to sample this morning's catch, I'd be mad to resist. I'm told the only way to savour their delicate flavour is to cook them on their own. And these men have been doing it long enough to know best.
L'abbiamo messo in pentola, senza acqua.
Yeah, senza acqua.
Senza acqua, perché l'acqua ce l'hanno loro in abbondanza dentro, quindi appena si aprono sformano l'acqua e così si
Sono
possono
anni
mangiare.
che non mangiano.
Ecco, così si mangia e basta.
Mamma mia,
Mamma mia.
che buono. It's delicious. My goodness. What I didn't expect is that they are so sweet.
Sì, ma lascia la bocca buona, ma
Ho sentito. You said that's what making love tastes like.
al mare, no?
Because they all say that you can't do this job unless you're madly in love with the sea. And look at how at home they live. This is where they live. They basically live on this beach, in each other's company.
Questo più bello è per te, vai.
I feel very privileged. Grazie. I feel very privileged to have been allowed in.
I may not have been a fan of mussels, but this rustic style of cooking in such a stunning setting is a winning combination. And Le Marche region still has a few more secrets to give up yet. For the visiting traveller, Le Marche holds a few surprises. And the biggest one of all? It produces some of the best shoes in the world. From Prada to Gucci, if you've ever wondered where some of fashion's most coveted designs are crafted, it's here. But one exclusive brand can boast that its business was born in Le Marche, and I'm about to unleash the credit card.
I can feel a buying spree coming on, in fact.
Just a short drive inland from the coast, you'll find the headquarters of Lori Blu. Here you can walk in the shoes of the well-heeled since the 70s.
I mean, these are works of art. Look at this.
If you're feeling frivolous, for some of the designs here, you can expect to pay up to £1,000.
This is my idea of heaven. When I die, I want heaven to be just like this. I have got to try those on. Buonasera, sono Alex Polizzi.
Buonasera.
The public face and one half of the couple behind this lavish brand is a former school teacher and ex-policewoman, Annarita Pilotti.
Veramente favoloso. Non so dove cominciare, dove mettere occhio, che prendere prima, che provare prima.
It's a feast for the eyes to see such an array of designs under one roof, and they're all dreamt up right here.
Wow, non ho mai visto una cosa simile. Questo è molto carino.
Questo è per le spose, per brillare ancora di più quel giorno.
So that brides shine even more on their big day.
Eccole qui, vede. Questa è una delle scarpe più che a noi ci rappresenta maggiormente.
Mamma mia, che bella scarpa. Deve essere fierissima di quello che fa.
Unlike some of the Italian traditions I've explored on my travels, shoemaking is still as vibrant as ever. There is a 250-strong workforce here alone, producing up to 1,500 pairs every day.
Queste sono macchine da taglio, preparano il taglio su pelli, sulle fodere, sui montoni.
Questo è incredibile perché è velocissimo poi.
Sì.
Amazing. He is so fast at what he does and it allows them to get the most out of every skin.
A pretty vital skill when some of the exotic materials used here cost up to €500 a metre.
Questo è il regno delle nostre pelli.
Che bello che è. Look how long this python was.
4 metri.
Almost 4 meters long. Mamma mia, look how enormous it is. This is farmed python, obviously, just to make it clear.
Dalla squama, qui si sente la squama, però questo è vero.
Ah, the fake one you can feel is completely smooth going in one direction. The real python is slightly raised. As you run your hand along, it's not completely smooth. Look at that! It's so exciting. It's what every chic lady will be wearing this autumn, I'm reliably told. From a skin, the production of a shoe. It's really impressive.
To discover a global brand with 26 boutiques in cities from Dubai to London in this little-known region is a complete surprise. And the reclusive man behind it all isn't what you'd expect either. Graziano Cucù prefers to hide in his office upstairs, where there's not a computer in sight.
Mi fa molto piacere incontrarla
Piacere
finalmente.
è mio.
Sono impazzita con le sue scarpe. Ne ho già comprato 4 paia.
Ho visto.
Questo. Come aveva avuto questo pensiero di farlo? Ok.
Però cominciai da subito a fare le scarpe, non andai più a scuola e a scuola mi avevano imparato a usare la raspa, lo stucco, la lima, questo mi è servito a qualcosa.
Dove trova l'ispirazione?
Questo non me lo puoi chiedere.
No.
Qui bisogna essere un po' pazzi. Una delle più grandi aspirazioni ti prende che quando c'hai 200-250 persone che li devi pagare, li devi far lavorare, allora lì ti ispiri molto.
He's very matter of fact about it, isn't he?
In gergo viene chiamato che la necessità aguzza l'ingegno, si dice in Inghilterra.
So necessity is the mother of invention. Sì, esattamente la stessa cosa.
Questa qui, l'aspirazione mi viene da questo.
Graziano Cucù has enormous drive, a trait that I recognize in my own family. And this charming region certainly provides enough inspiration. Whilst Le Marche is at the forefront of fashion, it is also steeped in history. And if you journey south, you'll find one of my favorite ancient cities of all. Ascoli is the little-known highlight of the southern Marche, affectionately named the city of travertine.
I was last in Ascoli about 11 years ago, and honestly, it gives me shivers to be back. I love this city. All this white stone, it gives it a wonderful, calm, unified look that, frankly, is a balm to the soul. Whenever I talk about how much I love Ascoli, people look at me quizzically. They don't really know what I'm talking about. I think this is one of the regions that has yet to be discovered by mass tourism, although I'm sure it's not far away.
Ascoli is like Rome's long-lost cousin. Its perfect piazzas heave with history. But unlike the capital, this is a city on a much more compact scale, with an altogether more sedate pace, making a wander around here a pleasure.
This is just astonishingly lovely.
I came to Ascoli with my boyfriend of the time, and I became completely enchanted by it.
It's amazing because the memories have come absolutely flooding back. I can virtually remember every meal I ate and the music I was listening to. I don't know many places that have this effect on me.
Stefano Tulli is a born and bred resident of Ascoli.
Ciao.
Alex Polizzi.
Stefano Tulli, piacere.
Ciao, piacere
Nice to meet
mio. What a great place to meet.
Welcome to my hometown.
Thank you. It's beautiful, and I love seeing the mountains in the distance.
The beautiful thing about Ascoli is that it has always maintained its own beautiful essence of a small, typical Italian small town.
Well, what it seemed to me when I was here last was it's a city on a very nice scale.
Yeah.
It feels very livable. I don't know if you feel that too.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. And that's why I decided to come back here to live, you know, from Milan, from busy city. Here is the place where I can live a better life.
To me, Ascoli has some of the prettiest architecture I've ever seen. But I never realized it was the local families who created the trend of building all of its towers.
Why did they build these towers?
To demonstrate their power, you know. Local family used to build
their wealth and
their
power.
wealth, yeah, their wealth and their power. So the higher, the better, the richer. And then some of them were destroyed, but the most important ones are still there. So that's why Ascoli is still called, it is still famous as the 100 Tower City.
Stefano's own family history still maintains a strong presence in the city.
So we're going to one of the best places in Ascoli.
This is Caffè Meletti, a mainstay of Ascoli's social scene. When I was last here, I noticed that the drink all the locals had in their hand was moletti. This aniseed liquor has been the city's most celebrated treasure for over a century, and Stefano's grandfathers invented it.
The great thing about it is that the local anisette is made in a place which is very close to Ascoli. So it's a local thing, you know? It's like a homemade stuff. So it's very typical of our city.
Is it very strong?
Yeah, it's 34 degrees, so it's pretty strong.
Cheers.
Cheers. Do you like it? Very fresh. Like it?
Lip smacking good. Delicious. It's very strong, very aniseedy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to drink it if you didn't like aniseed, frankly.
You usually drink it with or after coffee, after lunch or after dinner, or after, you know, a night. It's very typical, you know? It's like a local thing, very local thing, you know?
For the visiting tourist, a glass of Meletti might seem like an acquired taste, but it's a part of the culture here. And I'm about to indulge in another of this great country's passions. Italians have been enjoying the theatre since Roman times. In this region alone, you can find over 100 atmospheric venues. I love the intimate Ascoli Theatre with its neoclassical style, and I couldn't come to this city without losing myself here all over again.
Gosh. Isn't it pretty? In my late 20s, I had a lovely boyfriend, Luca, and he took a spettacolo, a piece of theatre around Italy, and this was one of the theatres he brought me to. I always sat in there in what would be the King's Box. I always sat right in the middle. And he was amazed, Luca, because I used to see this piece night after night after night. And he's a brilliant actor, still is. And I used to cry every night because it was so beautiful. It only seats about 800 people. It's very classic of the genre. It's like a little chocolate box. It's amazing how vivid those memories are to me. I really enjoyed that time in my life.
This is just the beginning of a nostalgic time for me. And as the capital beckons, it won't be my only brush with my past love, Luca. From the tranquility of the Le Marche region, my journey continues to the epicenter of Italian life, Rome.
Rome is probably the city that I know best after London. I lived here for 3 years and I love it madly. My father, who died when I was 9, was Roman and his family lived here, and still live here actually. I have cousins here, I have my aunts and uncles here. You know, it feels like home.
They say all roads lead to this eternal city. It was so called because the Romans have always believed that the city was indestructible. Well, it's still going strong after 3,000 years.
It's a very strange contradiction of cities. It's a kind of modern one overlaid over many, many ancient cities. It's almost impossible to live in. It is quite chaotic. One of the things I'm proudest of in my life is the fact that I learnt to drive around this city, which nobody except natives ever dare to do. And yet, I mean, who could fail but be completely enchanted by the fabric of where one lives here? It's a place, too, that has a lot of these beautiful buildings, the fountains, the history, and yet some of the nicest things are in the back streets, the things that aren't quite so obvious to the casual tourist.
Some of my favourite vistas of this city are off the beaten track and not necessarily where you'd expect to find them. The grand entrance to the Priory of the Knights of Malta on the Aventine Hill contains a keyhole that invites you in on Rome's best-kept secret. Nobody knows if this perfectly positioned peephole was intentional or just an incredible coincidence.
So nice to be back. I don't know why I've stayed away so long. I don't want it to be so long again, I tell you that for nothing.
Everybody knows Rome's most famous landmarks, from Piazza Navona to the Colosseum, but I'm returning to the Rome I remember fondly. Starting with the family business, the place where I came to work 15 years ago and cut my teeth as a restaurant manager, Hotel de Russie. In the height of summer, this place is a secret oasis of calm.
It's very special. As far as I know, it's the only garden in a hotel in the whole of Rome.
Here, nearly 3,000 square meters of leafy green gardens are open to the public, waiting to be discovered. Sitting here now recalls memories of decadent dining, as well as a few foreign faux pas witnessed when I was here.
I'm having my morning cappuccino. Morning is the only time in Italy you should have a cappuccino. Really, it is virtually illegal to have one after 11 o'clock. I'm always amazed in England when people order a latte or a cappuccino after their lunch. Here, the food police would be after you. On one memorable occasion, I watched someone pour the glass of water they traditionally give you with your espresso to wash it down with, pour it into their espresso cup to lengthen the coffee. And on another occasion, I witnessed some witchless Englishman ask for Parmesan to sprinkle on his pizza. If you want to seem Italian, it doesn't matter the trousers you wear, it's how you drink your coffee.
The Romans have always taken this early 19th century building to their hearts, but for me, the gardens are one of the city's most special secrets. Picasso once treated this serene space like his own Roman living room. But I'm a little biased, as my mother had a hand in the garden's creation.
Especially in this heat, it's so nice to have the shade of the garden.
It really is. You know, you sit up here and even now, which is a very hot day, you feel quite cool. So there's a sort of apocryphal story of Picasso leaning out of the window and picking a an orange from one of the trees, and we've planted orange trees again. And Cocteau said, this is paradise.
I love all the little nooks and crannies.
I know, you can come and sit up here.
I never have, but one should with a book.
Yes. Oleander, which is a typical Italian plant that grows anywhere, and even on motorways. And this is a sort of jasmine.
Jasmine.
Rosemary, I always love seeing rosemary. I've planted everywhere, actually. But here it's really apt.
I agree.
An hour or two spent here, and you almost forget that the hot-tempered city rages on all around you.
It is lovely. It is lovely. I never say no to coming to Rome when there's a job to be done here. I rush over fast.
It is lovely.
You could easily spend days taking in Rome's rich culture. But in the 3 years that I spent here, I got to know life as a local. This square sits firmly in my favourite part of Rome.
We are here in Piazza Mattei, which is known as the square with the fountain of the turtles. This is where I lived when I lived in Rome. It's a great place to live in. Doesn't seem to have changed that much.
This is the Jewish ghetto. It's home to the oldest thriving community in the city, and it's now one of the trendiest neighborhoods to be. Michaela has lived in Rome all her life and was born from a family that traces its roots here back over 2,000 years.
Here on your left, you Trastevere, Campo de Fiore in front of us. This is really one of the hearts of the city, and where the city started its amazing developing throughout the centuries. And the Jews of Rome have always been here, between the bank of the river and this other side of the river. On this side, they've been forced to leave for about 330 years. And today, it's our place. Not as an obligation anymore, but we come here...
If you can afford it.
To live here, forget it. It's impossible. Imagine that 15 years ago, when this was still not cheap, but affordable, reasonable, I told my parents, let's go back to the ghetto. I feel a connection, it's our place. And my mother said, me living with those schleppers, which is the Yiddish for poor ones. And I said, and so she didn't want to listen to me. And now, between 10 and 15,000 euros per square meter living here.
Gosh, it's like London prices.
Yeah, but it's unique.
I lived here for 3 years and I loved it. I loved the fact that it's got a very neighbourhood feeling.
Yes.
So there's a wonderful fruit and veg shop, there's fantastic bread, there's a newsstand, there's obviously all the restaurants. You know, you can get all your needs.
Yes.
As well as the best ice cream in Rome, I think, right here.
Yes, it's true.
And so that's very attractive.
It's like a little village in the city.
No neighbourhood would be complete without a bakery, but the one here has earned quite a reputation for itself. Boccione, run by 3 formidable sisters, is so famous it doesn't even need a name above the door.
This shop, when I lived here, I went in here almost every day. And every time it was like the first time they'd ever seen me. Never smile.
They see so many people, and it's their personality. It's like it's their characters.
Yeah.
They have to behave like that because all the world knows the way they are, and so they cannot
I see.
lose the role.
They'd lose their edge, would they?
Exactly.
God forbid that they should smile and the facade would crumble. I'm going to risk life and limb and go in and buy cake.
Let's go.
This family business has been going strong for nearly 200 years. People come from all over the world to try their famous sweet treats and experience the infamous customer service.
See, those are the famous cinnamon biscotti with almonds.
Yeah.
This is called ginetto.
Yeah.
But getting the grumpy sisters to crack a smile is still as difficult as ever.
Do you need anything else besides of the cake?
No, ho riservato una torta sotto Alex, mi sembra.
See, they pretend they are annoyed by us, but inside they love it. Mi ha date sta torta?
Sì. E poi pago e poi me ne vado.
Aspetta che ci ho messo il cellulare così.
Quant'era? 2,50, esatto, soldi esatto, signora.
Sta prendendo la volta. Ora ci possiamo prendere una cucchia.
Ok, grazie.
Come no? Ciao, grazie. Ciapaccialo. Com'è, buona?
Mamma mia. They might be grumpy, but it is the most delicious cake.
My memories of Rome are entwined with the hours I spent at a local's haunt in the heart of the Jewish ghetto. This is Cafe Bleve. Back in my 20s, the owners Anacleto and Tina treated me like their own. And today, the welcome is still as warm.
Che piacere. Che piacere.
Sei diventata proprio grande.
Troppo vecchia vuol dire.
No, terribile, belli corti e riccia.
Sì, quelli erano. E adesso che sono vecchie li ho lunghi, chissà perché.
But part of the reason the cafe is so dear to me is because it's where I whiled away many an evening with my old boyfriend Luca. His acting career has taken him all around the world, but no other city has managed to entice him away from Rome permanently.
I know, here we go, like the old days. Cheers, darling. So tell me, you still live here?
Yes. It's, I think it's a very unique place because it's very quiet. Still no tourists, not much tourists because there's so many shops. And the tradition of the Jewish ghetto, I think in the last 10 years got much, much better. The identity of the place is it's nice, it's more strong.
You're so international, but you still live here and you always come back here. And...
No, you have the best food. The weather is so mellow, so sexy.
It is nice.
Maybe the light, the light in Rome is yellow. You notice that? We've conquered this light. So the old town is very seductive. And if you're lucky that you can leave once in a while, then you want to come back to Rome.
It is brilliant to see you again, darling.
It's very brilliant. I'm always in love with Alex. What am I going to do with her?
Luca always had a way with words, which is why the conversation and wine always flowed here. Rome has unlocked plenty of personal memories for me, but my next stop is a place literally steeped in my family's history. In the hills just south of Rome is this remote mountain hamlet. My grandfather, Charles Forte, was born here. Until recently, it was called Mortale. But the community have honored his memory by now renaming the place Monforte. Even though he made a name for himself all over the world, he regarded this tiny village, relatively untouched by modern life, as his home.
My grandfather came up here every year. Even when he was incredibly doddery, my grandmother used to bring him up at least twice a year. And he used to come here and play bocce with all the other old men and sit and reminisce. Even when his memory went, this was the place that was the most vivid to him.
He may not be with us any longer, but the family home where he grew up still is.
It's a bit bittersweet being back here, actually. It's lovely to be here, and I really feel their presence, my grandparents, in this house. This is where he came from. This is where we all come from. And I'm incredibly proud of being the grandchild of someone who made such an enormous success of himself. Having made that big step from here, I want to keep the momentum going. I want to make him proud of me. And it's something that drives me enormously, and I know it's driven my mother and my uncle. And, I don't want to let him down.
Dad went to England and built what he built. You know, he had 800 hotels, he had 60,000 employees. He never forgot where he came from, and he certainly wasn't ashamed of it. And he always used to try and do what he could for the village. And he did up the church, he put the Madonna at the entrance of the village. Every year he paid for the festa. And then lately he used to come back and carry Sant'Antonio.
Yeah, it's made me really, really miss him. And I'm glad there's still this house.
He loved coming up here. And he always used to say, this is the perfect size house, because he always used to love having us all around, everyone.
It's lovely. I must make more of an effort to come up.
The festa is what's brought me back here today. It was an occasion that my grandfather was passionate about. Every year, the locals celebrate the patron saint of the village, San Antonio. And over time, it's become something of a reunion for all of the Fortes around the world who left to make a living.
It's amazing how it draws them back. I mean, Fortes went from here far and wide, especially in England. Lots of them went into the catering trade, lots of them did ice cream. Wales, Ireland, Scotland, they went all over. I'm sure quite a few will be returning today. I'm here for the festa. Where else?
Is it the first one?
I'm trying to remember. I must have been up before, but you know, there's so many photos that I'm not quite sure how much is recovered memory and how much is real. I remember being very bored up here for months and months as a child.
That's impossible, huh?
Auntie Jean! Sorry. Auntie Jean!
Alex, how are you?
Hello, darling.
It's lovely to see you. A long time no see.
Darling, you look fab.
Thank you very much.
This kind of celebration is a regular sight in towns and villages across the southern Mediterranean. It's a tradition, but it's not every day you have a real connection to one.
Santo. O compassionevole Sant'Antonio. Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto il frutto del seno tuo, Gesù. Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e all'ora della nostra morte.
This part of my journey has not only taken me to the core of Italy, but to the heart of my heritage too.
More than anything, you know, I'm Italian because of my grandparents, because of my 4 grandparents. And this has been an amazing opportunity just to remember how much they meant to me.
Amid the jovial atmosphere, it's impossible not to feel humbled by the occasion. To see so many generations of Fortes coming together to celebrate the family's achievements is just incredible.
Sono felice di...
Alex.
Yes.
Hi, darling. It's absolutely wonderful. I'm going to get all emotional.
I'm going to get all emotional.
There's so much, you know, what I want to tell you.
There's so many people here, it's lovely.
It's lovely because it's very fancy, and a lot have come back from relatives. They're all 40s.
I know. There's
all the 40s are here today
there's
from
a lot
abroad.
of us. I don't want to be too mushy about this, but it is very special to be here, and I'm very glad that my mum's here with me. And I kind of feel like this is where it all began for us as a family, as in our current form. And coming back here, it's rather amazing that my grandfather made such a success of himself, coming from this little place so high in the mountains.
The next leg of my Italian adventure is one of two extremes, the intensity of Naples and the immense calm of the Amalfi Coast.
Anyone with any sensitivity gazing out on this view will feel the hand of the divine.
I've crossed off the capital from my itinerary, and I've arrived in the southern Campania region, an area of both obvious and unconventional beauty, from the quirkiness of Naples to the scenic retreat that is the tranquil Amalfi Coast. Naples is my first stop. A vast, noisy warren of streets. Italy's third largest city. One of my grandfathers was Neapolitan, so I know it well. But to anyone who's not a native, it can feel like a rather aggressive place. To me, there's nowhere else in Italy quite like it.
This is an amazing view. It does give you the feeling of just how enormous Naples is. Greater Naples has almost 4 million people living in it, over 1 million in the centre, and it's one of the most populated areas in Europe. And it shows from here, doesn't it? People think of Italy and they think of the seaside or the Amalfi Coast. They think of Venice, they think of Florence. They don't expect this urban sprawl. I'm very fond of Naples, though.
I've always found it quite incredible that so many people live here, when a reminder of the city's ominous geography looms wherever you turn.
Humankind has a habit of building in some pretty impossible places. Everyone here lives in the shadow of Vesuvius, and Naples itself is built in the crater of the Phlegrean Fields. Must be pretty terrifying if you let yourself think about it.
This is the most densely populated volcanic region in the world, which means that for Neapolitans, life is full of uncertainty. And with the 1944 eruption of Vesuvius still haunting many, it's not a question of if history will repeat itself, but when. Dr. Luca Dauria is a researcher at the city's volcanic observatory, where the activity of the volcanoes is monitored 24 hours a day.
So, Luca, you here keep an eye on Vesuvius, Ischia, and the Phlegrean Fields.
We are carefully monitoring all these three volcanoes with different means. So what you see here is our seismogram. So we are showing the motion of the ground below. For instance, an example of a tiny earthquake recorded tonight at Vesuvius. This is a very, very tiny earthquake, the magnitude being less than, 0.4. But in the case of volcanoes, they are important for us because often before eruption there are swarms of small earthquakes.
When you consider that the west of the city is actually built upon volcanic land known as the Phlegrean Fields, activity like this can and has had terrifying consequences. In the 1980s, thousands of families in one suburb had to be evacuated for several months. It was one of the most serious crises to hit Italy in recent history. And worryingly, the tremors have started again.
So Vesuvius is the famous one, of course, but the really dangerous thing at the moment is the Phlegrean Fields, isn't it?
Yes, this is true because it is showing something of what we call technically unrest. In September 2012, there was a swarm of about 2,000 earthquakes in about 1 hour.
So everyone got nervous?
Yeah. And while in Vesuvius we know likely the next eruption will be inside the cone, in Campi Flegrei the volcano could open everywhere.
We're currently standing within the Phlegrean Fields, but it's still difficult to imagine that the land could erupt anywhere, at any time. Luca and his team have a well-versed protocol to follow.
I love it. There is actually a red phone. I love it.
Yeah, it's a red phone which is in communication with the Italian Civil Protection in Rome. So every time there is an event, we are required to communicate immediately to the Italian civil protection.
So do you think that if you live in Naples, you take the threat of these volcanoes seriously?
Yeah, I think so, because most people are aware they are living in a volcanic area. They see Vesuvius every day.
Obsessed about it.
Yeah, I would say scared, really
Yes, of
scared.
course.
Yeah, it's okay to be aware of the risk, but currently there is no reason to worry about Vesuvius because it is sleeping.
Living in the shadow of Vesuvius has always influenced the way Neapolitans live their lives. This is an incredibly religious city, and its people are hugely superstitious too. On almost every corner you'll find shrines of all kinds built as figures of worship. But there is one place that really speaks about the spirit of the people of Naples.
Well, this is Fontanella Cemetery, and I've heard about it. I've never been here before. It's incredibly evocative, and it feels very peaceful, which I wasn't really expecting. Apparently, there's 8 million bones here, dating from the 16th century when there was a terrible plague that ripped through Naples, and most of these bodies have never been identified. So it's become a common resting ground. Not a bad place to lay your last earthly remains. This place has been taken to the people of Naples' hearts. People still come here and light candles and say prayers here. And I think people who don't have the bodies of their own loved ones to mourn over adopted skulls and honoured in whatever way they could. And this is a cemetery of poor people. This was specifically bones of people who were too poor to afford a proper burial. And so the poor of Naples come to worship the poor dead. Things like the little coffins, of course. I've got children. You know, they break your heart. I must admit, I've added my own small token to that pile. Never hurts to say a prayer in the hope of grace being shown to you. So that is one of the most famous skulls here, the skull of Donna Concetta, who's famous of helping women with conception. And she's known as the skull that sweats. Apparently, if she's going to grant your request, then she slightly perspires. And that is why she is so much shinier than the other skulls around her. There's a real cult of devotion around Donna Concetta. And I must say, when you're desperate, you'll try any port in the storm. The fact that these long-term dead are still being honoured in the way that they are, I think is a sign that Neapolitans are very in touch both with their pasts and with their fears for the future. This is a fatalistic city, and I think it's always lived in the shadow of Vesuvius, and so death is very present to them.
There's nothing morbid about this place. You could easily spend an hour or two immersed here, but it's just one example of what makes this such a curious city. There are many more still to be found. I've always felt that Naples has an authentic grittiness.
What I love about Naples is I love the kind of vibrancy, the energy. It's a dirty place. It's a very, very busy place. A lot of people live here, and it feels like it. This feels like the true Italy in some ways. You have to be quite brave to dive into the warren of back streets.
This is Rione Sanita, one of central Naples' most deprived districts. But beneath its ordinary exterior, it's built quite an extraordinary reputation for itself. 300 years ago, Sanita contributed 90% of the world's production of gloves to the fashion industry. And today, down a dusty side street, I'm told there's one business still considered to be the best glove makers in the world.
I have a long-standing interest in family businesses, especially ones that have existed, like this one, for 4 generations. This looks like a very residential area. It's not where I'd expect any kind of factory.
But appearances can be deceiving. From these modest premises, Mauro Squillace is busy crafting handmade leather gloves for some of the world's leading designers. I think every woman's wardrobe needs a little leather, and mine is ready for a revamp.
Mauro, sono Alex Polizzi.
Piacere.
Piacere mio, grazie.
Accomodati,
Posso?
prego.
Gosh, look at these. I mean, honestly, how pretty are those? Look at the colour. This is beautiful.
I'm being treated to a preview of what's going to be adorning the most manicured hands next season.
Ooh la la, these are coming home with me. That's very chic.
These extravagant gloves, lined with the finest cashmere and silk, are soon to be shipped to the likes of Dior and Chanel in Paris and Milan. They'll fetch hundreds of pounds per pair.
I love these. These fit me perfectly. How much does a glove like this cost?
This one in Paris, 600 or 700 euros.
No. Black they may be, classic they may be, but I still think they're sexy. I feel my inner leather fetish coming to the fore.
I say a woman with the glove is dressed.
I'm sure my husband would agree with you.
It's the region's strong tradition in tanning and dyeing leather that won it its reputation. And Mauro's family has dedicated their lives to the craft.
So, how many glove makers are there like you in Salita?
In the past, there is 100.
And now?
Now,
Yes.
I am alone.
How did you survive and no one else did?
Because my philosophy
Yes.
is to have a quality.
Yeah.
Because today in marketing, there is no medium quality.
Mauro travels the world sourcing the finest lamb's leather, a material that was made for gloves.
So, this is too big for me. So, what size am I?
Imagine that there is no really size because it's a handicraft.
Of course.
There is no one article same another. And in the same leather, if I cut one pair here on the leather,
Yeah.
another one in bottom,
It
is
makes
different. It's different in stretch, in softness. The best one is here.
Is it?
Because near to the bottom, the lamb
It sits down. It rests on that side, so it's a bit more worn. There are more imperfections on the rump than there are on the shoulder, for obvious reasons.
Astonishingly, 60,000 pairs of gloves are produced here every year. But what's even more impressive is that for each glove, there are 25 intricate stages of production.
Mauro said he gets very upset when he goes to sell and people call his gloves accessories. These are not accessories. A belt is an accessory. A glove is a work of art.
Whilst every stage of the craft work is rigorously checked by Mauro and his team, it's a small army of women living in the Sanita district who painstakingly stitch each glove using these 80-year-old machines.
I absolutely love that. And did you see how quickly she did it? Quanti anni ha fatto questo lavoro, signora? 5, 6.
60.
So I asked how many years she'd been doing this job, and she did this, and I said, oh, well, 6 years. She said 60 years she's been doing this job. Ma ha cominciato come bambina allora, signora?
14 anni.
She started at 14.
75.
Ma li porta benissimo, signora. Si vede che è un lavoro salutario.
Noi siamo bambini.
Bambini.
Non ci vogliamo arrendere perché ci piace lavorare.
Italy has a huge tradition of piecework, and I did know about that. But honestly, to have 60,000 pairs of gloves a year made like this, 25 sets at a time, is rather overwhelming. Who would have thought that you'd come up these slightly squalid stairs to find the centre of Neapolitan glove making? not me.
The city's food scene holds a few surprises too. The cuisine here is as varied as its history, but the most ancient tradition of them all is street food. This is the Neapolitans' take on fast food. For centuries, people have filled up on dishes that are cheap to produce, yet rich in their flavour. But I have to say, some are more appealing than others.
Tripe, pig's trotters, marrow bone, all the things which, frankly, we've become too rich to eat in England. Brawn are still eaten here regularly. I remember eating tripe with beans with my grandmother. Can't say I'm thrilled or looking particularly forward to trying it again today. Grazie. This is calf's head.
This isn't quite what I was expecting.
Bueno. It's delicious. It's boiled. A bit of salt and lemon. Really taking me back to my childhood. We in the rich Western world have got used to eating things like fillet, but that's only one bit. And there's a lot of other bits that we leave behind.
But if you're going to eat like a true Neapolitan, then there's one speciality that has been fueling the locals in this part of town since 1945. Near the port, at La Massardona, Enzo and his family are famous for an unusual spin on a traditional dish, fried pizza.
Tutti I giorni è così, da mattina a sera?
No, qualche giorno peggio.
Prima colazione le mangio.
Pizza fritta.
Pizza.
A Napoli nasce come tipo breakfast in Inghilterra.
Sì, allora prima di andare al lavoro prendevi la tua pizza fritta e andavi.
No, quando tornavi da lavoro prima di andare al lavoro.
So he works 7 in the morning until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon and only is open on Saturday night. Come mai il sabato?
Uno non deve troppo stancare,
Sì.
cioè non deve, devi desiderare la pizza.
Sì.
Quindi allora io so che la trovo un giorno, la desidero. Se la trovo tutti i giorni, non la desidero.
This is the city of philosophers.
Come si mangia la pizza?
Sì, fammi vedere.
Il profumo.
Buonissimo.
Guarda lo spessore della pasta, molto
Sì.
sottile.
Sì. So this is how you're supposed to eat it. Take the corners and you use it to scoop out the middle. Okay.
Ok.
Questo
è molto delicata questa.
Questo è buonissimo.
È molto delicata come pizza.
Enzo and his fried pizza have reached legendary status in Naples, and deservedly so. As proof, he's even been immortalised with his very own figurine. This is considered to be the ultimate accolade in Naples, and the origins of this quirky tradition can be discovered in one of my favourite places in the city.
So we're in Via San Gregorio Armeno, otherwise known as Christmas Alley, and here it is Christmas all year round.
This tiny alley is the heart and soul of the Neapolitan Christmas and is one of the most famous places in Naples to wander. The intricate figurines made by artisan craftsmen draw a stream of curious customers, and it all began with a devotion to the nativity scene. Giuseppe Cesarini's family business has been here since 1834, creating little characters for mangers in the most astonishing detail.
Allora, questo è un Bambino Gesù?
Sì.
E lo fa in argilla?
Sì.
E fa sempre tutto in argilla?
Sì, sempre, ma su richiesta, ma me l'hanno chiesto in argilla e adesso lo sto facendo in argilla. Però io lo faccio anche in legno o in cartapesta.
Quanto tempo ci prende per fare, per esempio, un Bambino Gesù?
Ma io normalmente mi prendo non meno di un mese di tempo per
Sì,
farlo. Sì,
mamma
perché,
mia.
ma no, perché tra la modellatura, l'asciugamento, poi deve andare in cottura.
Sì. E l'ha fatto da sempre, questo lavoro?
Sì, da mio padre. L'ho fatto io da quando sono nato ho fatto sempre ed esclusivamente questo lavoro di scultura. Da mio padre ho imparato, sì.
Lo fa suo
Che
figlio?
sta in foto lì alla parete. Ci tengo, lo faccio sempre presente perché è merito suo se io ho continuato questa attività.
Over the years, the idea of the manger has evolved from the traditional to the spectacular. Alongside religious figurines, you can now find some craftsmen furnishing their mangers with a motley crew of characters.
I can see the Pope, I can see Pavarotti, I can see Marilyn Monroe, I can see Princess Catherine and Prince Harry. I think that's Angela Merkel over there. Take someone very dedicated to the cause of the EU to take an Angela Merkel home. I'm not quite sure I'm that dedicated. There's a real sense of humour and craft here, and I mean, you have to be very skilled to make this look as lifelike and as appealing as they manage to here. I don't find this stuff tacky in the least.
But I do find it intriguing that religion isn't all that's celebrated in Christmas Alley. Jenny Di Virgilio's unique creations are all about good luck.
He's very cool. Look at him. Mi piace tantissimo lui.
Questo è lo sciasciò contro il malocchio, vedi? Cioè, porta la gobba.
So first of all, if you see someone with a hump, it's lucky to rub it, which is why you can see he's rubbed smooth.
Poi vedi, ha tutti gli amuleti contro il malocchio. Il ferro di cavallo, ci sono I cornetti, le corna e il corno rosso che non deve mai.
So they're all the amulets. There's the cardinal that you do against the evil eye. If you think someone's giving you the evil eye, you always do that down to the ground. E perché I peperoni?
Perché aglio e peperoncini insieme allontanano il malocchio.
Oh, it has to be red.
Perciò si accoppiano.
Ah, so garlic and peperoncino together send the evil eye away. So these are all the old rituals from time immemorial. People have done the cordona. And the Protestants have always been superstitious. I have to say to you, I am not superstitious in an ordinary sense. I don't think twice about walking under a ladder or a black cat. But I, too, always do the cordona, and I, too...
Questo è un corno che ti regalo io a te. Portalo sempre in tasca.
Lo farò.
E porta bene.
Grazie. He's given me this for good luck. I'm so thrilled. I love these. I've got a gold one that I will wear on a chain around my neck. All my family do. Grazie.
Grazie a te.
What I find fascinating is that religion and superstition coexist so closely, and they see no problem in that. I think it's lovely that two such opposing ideas can both have equal power and strength here in Naples.
Naples is a city full of surprises and contrasts. It's a somewhat fitting end to my visit that, amidst the chaos of Christmas Alley, I should discover a jewel of serenity, the Baroque beauty that is the San Gregorio Armeno Church.
Isn't this wonderful? Right in the heart of such a busy city and right off such a busy alleyway is this haven, this oasis of peace. It's quite unbelievable. Naples has just retreated all of a sudden, very far away.
This is the perfect prelude to my next stop, a world away from this mysterious city. Heading ever further south, an hour's drive from Naples, you'll reach the breathtaking Amalfi Coast. This is the image that most tourists conjure when they think of holidays in Italy. Here, ancient hillside villages cling to cliffs, lemon groves thrive, and sparkling seas shimmer from every hairpin bend. But abandon the car and weave your way into the hills, and you'll be rewarded with a treat for all the senses. Perched on this rocky outcrop just outside the village of Ravello is the historic Villa Cimbrone.
I'm very grateful to be in this blissful peace and quiet with the serenity of the sea and this gorgeous green all around me. After the madness of Naples, it's a panacea. I love the Amalfi Coast. It was my favourite part of my wonderful honeymoon. I came here with my husband and we drove these vertiginous roads. It's amazing it's as inhabited, as populous and as popular as it is because it's quite hard to get to. The roads are not for the unwary, let's say. And here too, you have to take your courage in your hands.
Villa Cimbrone has a colourful 1,000-year history, much of it English-inspired. Discovered by Ernest William Beckett during the Grand Tour, it became an aristocratic residence and a famous meeting place for notable names from the world of arts and politics. Churchill, Virginia Woolf, and the famous Bloomsbury set were all drawn here. More recently, it's been lived in and restored to its elegant glory by the Villumière family, and today it's an exclusive hotel for the rich and famous to retreat to. A restorative week spent here will cost you up to €8,000. But the real allure of Villa Cimbrone are the English-inspired gardens. Open to the public, the restored boulevards and opulent rose-scented cloisters are well worth a wander. Giorgio, who was raised here, has overseen the changes.
E lei si occupa del giardino. Cosa c'è di speciale di questo giardino?
Il mio obiettivo è ricostruire lo spirito essenziale del giardino. Ed era importante perché è un giardino a episodi, con giardino nel giardino. Ogni elemento rappresenta un'emozione diversa.
So it's a very romantic idea of the garden, that there's different rooms almost, and every stage of the garden represents a different emotion, and you have to try and feel that emotion as you go into the different aspects of the garden.
If you let it, this place can have a profound effect on you. Beckett's deep depression was said to have lifted during his time here, and it certainly struck a chord with artists throughout the years.
Can you imagine Wagner coming here on horseback with his friends from the area and sitting on the Belvedere and eating and drinking? Ma in che stato era quando voi eravate bambini?
Pessimo.
Pessimo.
Insomma, del giardino c'era soltanto il viale e la parte laterale che era in qualche maniera coltivata e tenuta bene. Tutto il resto, insomma, era una sorta di bosco.
Scattered around the garden, visitors will come across thought-provoking statements from famous authors.
This is an Omar Khayyam piece, Our moon of my delight that knows no wane, the moon of heaven is rising once again. How oft hereafter rising shall she look through this same garden after us in vain. So the idea is that you should read this and look at the garden and think upon the brevity of one's own life and enjoy every moment while one can.
These gardens are considered to be one of the finest examples of English garden design in Europe. But standing on the infinity terrace, it feels distinctly Mediterranean. Here, it's been said that one feels the desire to fly.
Giorgio just said to me that anyone with any sensitivity gazing out on this view will feel the hand of the divine. I mean, this is a view that has been appreciated since Roman times, although I find it rather tantalizing that the sea is so far away from me. I think the whole point about this coastline is the sea and the cliffs that fall so precipitously directly into the sea.
In his epic Odyssey, Homer called this stretch of the Amalfi Coast the land of the sirens, and legend has it that these mythical creatures would sing to the sailors as they pass by. But it's more than just an area of natural beauty. This is the Punta Campanella Marine Park, 33 kilometers of coast that have been afforded protected status. Beneath these waters, it's an ecological treasure trove of unusual habitats and species. And among them, a few gastronomical delicacies thrive. The parapandolo is a sought-after shrimp that has to be tried if it's on the menu. But fishing for the shrimp isn't easy. For starters, it requires bespoke, handcrafted nets. For nearly a century, locals like Salvatore have been weaving with wicker and even olive tree branches to make these shrimp nets. It's thought that the smell of the cane, together with the bait, is the ultimate temptation for the otherwise elusive creatures. Antonio, who crews one of the few boats permitted to fish in the park, has specialist knowledge of where to seek them out.
Quanti anni è che fa questo lavoro?
Da quando avevo quasi 55 anni, 7-8 anni già andavo a pescare. 5-6 anni già, con mio padre, con mio nonno, sempre la tradizione di pescatori. Diciamo che adesso è meno pesce, perché ci stanno, prima si pescava un po' più a periodo e di meno, sì, con meno attrezzi, sì, perché non ci stavano gli strumenti questi qua, si lavorava con le mani.
Sì, e lei ha figli?
Barche. No, non sono sposato.
No, non è sposato.
Si è sposato col mare.
Ah, so he doesn't have a son to continue his tradition. Dove vive?
Giù alla spiaggia proprio.
Sì.
Sì.
Ah, he lives right
A
on the
10
beach.
metri dal mare.
10 meters away from the beach. So it really is his life. Cosa pensa di pescare, prendere, tirare su?
Un po' di gamberette prendiamo. Lo spaghetti, il linguine con le gamberette che prendiamo.
It's almost 100 meters deep here. I asked because look how much rope he's pulling up. This is not a job for the unfit. C'è poca roba.
C'è poco, però quando è la prima pesca sempre di meno. Guarda, sono pochi, ma guarda, sono belle grandi.
Li mangia mai crude?
Sì, sì, sì.
Non voglio toccare.
Vai, vai. Non fanno niente, solo tipo pungere.
I just cannot, I'm afraid. And I like raw prawns. I just don't think I can hold one long enough to pull its head off. I see. There's a few more there. I'll be to write home about though. This is a very tough way of making a living.
Call me traditional, but I prefer my food that comes from the sea to be served on a plate. So I'm taking Antonio's advice and having this morning's catch with linguine.
I feel slightly guilty using the last few shrimp in the sea for my pasta, but not guilty enough not to eat it.
Prego.
Grazie. Best way to eat shrimp is with your fingers and to suck any juice that you can out of it. Delicious. It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Seafood doesn't come fresher than this, but it's just one of many tastes of the Campania region's cuisine. I'm about to discover that the real flavour of Italian cooking can be found growing among this rich and fertile land. My time in the Campania region has been as remarkable for the food as for the stunning scenery from which it's produced. I've been on a culinary adventure, from the nostalgia of street food to the finest Michelin-starred fare. But I'm still yet to experience the simple cooking that I remember my grandmothers for.
So I believe behind this wall is Mama Agata's cookery school. Celebrities of every size and shape have beaten their way to this door, and I'm there next in line. Buongiorno.
Oh, ciao,
Ciao.
Alex. Buongiorno.
Come stai?
Bene. E tu? Please, welcome
Thank
in. I'll show you my hidden treasure, Alex.
For the past 10 years, Chiara Lima has been running this world-renowned cookery school in the tiny cliffside village of Ravello. The family secrets are shared with up to 1,000 students a year. The school was born from the legendary talents of Chiara's mother, Mama Agata, for whom cooking has always been at the heart of family life. While living a simple existence here, her recipes have amazingly gathered a star-studded fan base.
How how did your mum start cooking? And what kind of style of food does she do?
She started, she was only 8 years old. I mean, she is one of 8 brothers and sisters, and she was born in the Second World War. So when the parents left to be in the garden to work, to make food for them to eat, she was cooking already for the family, 8 years old. She learned a lot from her mother and her grandmother. So what we are cooking today is extremely traditional, just passed from generation to generation.
At the age of just 13, Chiara's mother went to cook for a rich American woman who lived in the village and had some famous Hollywood connections.
My mother cooked for Jacqueline Kennedy in 1962 for Fred Astaire. They were filming Cleopatra in Rome. Liz Taylor and Richard Burton came into the villa and my mother cooked for them. There was Humphrey Bogart, was in Ravello, and after the film she cooked for him and he loved her lemon cake. We used to call her Baby Agatha. And he would go, Baby Agatha, I love your food, but I love your lemon cake. So she was baking 3 times a day because they loved her food. So I thought, well, if they loved her food, maybe we can teach some traditional cooking.
And tell me, this is your land, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
you grow a lot here.
We grow everything. We have lemons. All what you see below are lemon grove. Here, the garden, the herbal garden. Over there, all the vegetables, the potatoes. But we also have olive trees, so we make our own extra virgin olive oil. We can 3,000 jars of tomatoes a year. We start 4 o'clock, we finish at midnight for a couple of weeks.
My goodness, darling. I bet you don't. So you don't go away on holiday much?
We don't have much time.
It's quite a privilege to be invited into this kitchen, the heart of this family's home for 250 years.
Mama, let me introduce you this beautiful girl, Alex Polizzi.
Grazie.
She's from England. Okay, Alex, I heard you love the food of your grandma and your, you know, when they used to cook. And the way that we're cooking today is very, very traditional.
Fine.
It's Mama Agatha tomato sauce.
Great!
It's the sauce that we will always have on the stove for cooking anything.
Everything. So it's the base for a million other dishes.
Yes.
I'm hoping I can tease a few secrets out of this pair.
Okay, Alex, of course, extra virgin olive oil. And then we're using cloves of garlic, very simple, and a few leaves of basil. The first thing is that the garlic is not chopped. The reason why we don't chop, because this is a basic tomato sauce. You don't want the flavor of the garlic to be predominant.
Okay.
And the same, you know, the basil.
I never on earth.
Yeah,
God forbid.
And another very important thing is the oil. You know, very often we read or we hear, heat the oil, drop the garlic, burn the garlic. So what I'm going to do now is to bring the temperature of the extra virgin olive oil gently, gently up. The olive oil alone absorbs the flavor from the garlic and the basil. If you see the oil, you can hear with your ears the sizzling. And when the oil becomes too hot, start to spit. Means, Chiara, stop talking, because otherwise you burn the garlic.
Okay,
so
fine.
at this point, I'm going to pour the tomato sauce. Listen to this. It's a nice sound. What happened in the pan, we just had a wedding. We married the extra virgin olive oil, properly infused with the garlic and the basil, together with the tomato sauce.
Yeah.
Chiara throws in a few ripe cherry tomatoes to intensify the flavour, and then she's done.
Now we're going to leave the sauce in peace because it's honeymooning, you know, so they have to merge with each other. It's love.
Give them some privacy.
Yeah.
I must say, the smell of the kitchen is beginning to make my mouth water.
Do you want to taste it?
Yes.
Some of the tomato sauce?
Yes.
This is the tomato sauce that my mother prepared for you earlier. Don't be stingy.
I won't be stingy.
Don't be stingy, my dear.
Grazie.
Voilà, my dear. And then we can put some of the red hell on the top. Nice.
Buono.
Buono.
But this is just a basic. Next is an age-old family recipe. Farmer's spaghetti is derived as a very simple but nutritious meal that the farmers' wives could throw together at a moment's notice. Everything would be picked from the garden.
We're going to use cherry tomatoes for this recipe. Then we're using oregano. Beautiful. Green olives without the pits. Black olives.
With pips.
With pips. And not last, we're using capers.
I love capers.
This was my mom, Jacqueline Kennedy's favorite recipe, and she loved this simple recipe. Very soon you will smell the Chanel of the kitchen, the best smell ever.
You've got some good lines, darling.
Yeah.
Chanel number 5.
Yeah. My mother chopped the parsley into the cherry tomatoes. She didn't put actually the parsley straight into the pan, because if you burn parsley, it turns into poison.
All of the ingredients are added to the pan, left to cook for mere minutes, and that's it.
Less than 10 minutes, spaghetti of the farmer are ready. And when we will serve this pasta, we will put no Parmigiano cheese on the pasta, because that will cover the flavor. Just use a bit of extra virgin olive oil.
Brits, please take note that this is another big no-no, along with cappuccino in the afternoon. Yummy, yummy. Grazie. My goodness, I wish you had smell-o-vision. This is just delicious. Che odore. It's delicious. Buono.
Buono. It's simple, really. And then the cherry tomatoes, the olives.
This is really delicious. I just cannot express to you.
You know, my mama, when she sees you eating, she's always happy.
This is like the Italian version of the good life, slightly more aromatic, with better weather, less mud, possibly. I'm standing next to the most amazing bank of rosemary, and I've got all these herbs here. And we were merrily chucking handfuls of the most fresh, delicious tomatoes. I hate being soppy. Really trying quite hard this trip not to be soppy, but it's made me miss my grandmothers so much. I must say I had a tear in my eye, because they both spent their lives in the kitchen, and it's that generation of women for whom there was no other choice. And yet, she still loves it. I found this incredibly inspiring. And more than that, it's just, it really reinforces that family connection when you cook like that in order to feed your nearest and dearest. There's such enormous pleasure and satisfaction in doing it when you get the chance, and with lovely ingredients. I must say, I must make more of an effort at home.
My journey has almost reached its conclusion, but I'm still to discover the true south, a part of Italy that I know little about. From the enchanting region of Puglia, onwards to the wonders of the Pollina National Park, to a crescendo in the haunting city of Matera.
Look at him with Jesus!
My Italian pilgrimage concludes in the far south, an area of some of the most untouched regions. And for me, unfamiliar territory that's ripe for exploration. I'll be discovering the region of Puglia before spending time within Italy's largest national park. And I'll be taking in the sights of the magical city of Matera. When you travel this far south, there is no shortage of iconic beauty spots. In fact, here you'll discover some of the cleanest sapphire seas and sandy beaches in the country. But I think the whole character of Italy begins to change, and the region of Puglia, found at the heel of the country's boot, has its own very distinctive identity. With its lush farmland, magical trulli, sparkling whitewashed towns and searing climate, Puglia somehow feels nearer to the wilds of nearby Greece than the nobility of distant Rome. This region's mile upon mile of arid farmland reflects its humble agricultural past, and today it's famous for its produce, which includes exceptionally good wine. But deep in the heart of rural Puglia, you'll find a vineyard with a difference, where the wine is a reminder of the South's most sinister side. It's no secret that Italy has a serious problem with the mafia. And this corner of the country has felt the force of it more than most. Here, there is a constant invisible threat of organised crime, but there are grassroots organisations now fighting it.
La mafia comanda con la paura delle persone, perché è chiaro che se io tolgo il posto di lavoro, la persona ha paura, per cui subisce quelli che sono i soprusi di un mafioso. Siamo stufi di sentirci dire che l'Italia è la mafia.
Francesco Gigante is part of an anti-mafia cooperative named Libera Terra Puglia. Both inspiring and courageous, its aim is to bring good from land that has been confiscated from the mafia.
Spiegami a chi apparteneva questo terreno, questa casa?
Questo terreno apparteneva ad Antonio Screti, cassiere della Sacra Corona Unita. Sacra Corona Unita è la mafia, è la quarta mafia, la mafia pugliese. Ha saputo prendere, se mi consentite, il meglio e il peggio di tutte le mafie già esistenti.
The cooperative organically farms the land here, and they've built up a reputation for award-winning wines, even though there is a terrifying tension over what the mafia might do next.
The biggest problem when they started was that no one would work for them because they were scared.
Alle spalle di questo muro ci sono i vigneti, gli stessi terreni che ci vengono bruciati. Nel 2008 i vigneti, nel 2012 il grano, la settimana scorsa il grano. Però andiamo sempre avanti, vogliamo ridare dignità a questi terreni, perché la dignità qualcuno gliel'ha tolta.
It's a pretty frightening reality to live with, but in a show of support for the anti-mafia movement, people now queue up to work here among the vineyards, like head agronomist Fabio does.
Quanto vino fate con questi ettari? Quante bottiglie?
Riusciamo a produrre intorno ai 60 ettolitri di vino. 4.000 bottiglie. Cerchiamo anche di essere un'azienda importante nella qualità del prodotto che facciamo.
Questo?
Certo, noi vogliamo che il nostro prodotto venga apprezzato per la qualità, non per il lato sociale.
Sì.
Nevertheless, standing here at the entrance to the chapel, where reputedly the mafia used to initiate new members, it's difficult not to be cowed by the sobering history behind these wines.
So che c'è una storia dietro ogni bottiglia e questo si chiama Alberelli della Santa.
È dedicato, come gli altri vini, a delle vittime di mafia. Questo vino è dedicato al sorriso e alla freschezza dei giovani Michele Fazio e Gaetano Marchitelli, ragazzi baresi uccisi innocenti per mano mafiosa.
Allora, questa si chiama Renata Fonte.
Vai, Renata Fonte, nome e cognome. Renata è il nome, Fonte e cognome.
Sì.
Assessore repubblicano al comune di Nardò.
Sì.
È stata uccisa perché ribellatasi all'abusivismo edilizio in un'oasi protetta, che è veramente il posto più bello della Puglia, uno dei posti più belli della Puglia, ed è ancora rimasto intatto grazie al suo sacrificio. Uccisa, si dice, per mano mafiosa da persone che molto vicine a lei sui banchi comunali del comune di Nardò.
The names they call these wines honor the memories of victims of the mafia, but they do not bang on about it. Of course, they think it's important to present a front against the mafia, but first of all, they want people to buy their products because they're stupendous.
While the war against the ever-present mafia is still being fought, I think this is a beautiful way to pay tribute to its victims, and a hint that there's much more than meets the eye to the surprising South. There are parts of the region of Puglia that have a distinctly foreign feel, and to understand why you need to look to its past. The geography of the region made it ripe for invasion, and for centuries every major power of the period colonized Puglia. Each country left a lasting legacy on the landscape, from the Turkish to the Greek. But it's the Baroque beauty of the city of Lecce that makes it one of the most celebrated sights of the south. For me, Lecce is the jewel in Puglia's crown.
This is called the Florence of the South. Every single building in the historic centre is made out of the same local stone. You know, the architecture changes so dramatically between the north and the south. Cities are more decaying and there's a greater attrition of time in a way, but they are romantic with a capital R. These wonderful Baroque facades that you won't find anywhere else in the world.
A city of golden honey hues, Lecce is becoming an increasingly popular part of Italy's tourist trail, as visitors experience its relaxed rhythm and laid-back cafe culture. But for all its grandeur, it's not the only example of pure architectural beauty that can be found in this region. Even the smallest towns can be visually striking, my favourite being the little-known hillside town of Locorotondo. Its labyrinth of lanes have afforded it listed status as one of the most beautiful villages in Italy, and deservedly so.
It is perfect. It's like this little jewel. The impression is of very clean beauty. It's the kind of place you dream of living.
To come across an unexpected gem like this, which feels more connected to its southern Mediterranean neighbours than to Italy, is all part of the appeal of Puglia.
It's like a lot of little towns in Greece, whitewashed to reflect the sun, to keep the heat away. White was also historically used to repel the plague. Don't know how effective it was, but it's certainly pretty.
Perched 400 metres up, the stunning vista out across the arid landscape is a reminder of how precious water is here, and a reason for the distinctive pitched roofs of the town.
These roofs are called culmerze, and they're very particular to this part of the world. There's very little rain here, and so every single bit of rainwater has to be harvested so that it can be reused. And this design makes sure that it is.
An hour or two wandering these peaceful streets allows you to immerse yourself in its culture, one that even now nods to its peasant past. Here, the butcher has always been at the heart of village life, and it's no different today. Inside, you can indulge in the tradition of fornello pronto, a concept that was born out of peasant life.
Oh God, my belly. My poor fat belly.
For the butcher, there was money to be made from their otherwise less appealing leftovers each day.
Bombette di suino, so that is pork. Okay, so it's a bit of the neck that has had the bone taken out of it. That is rolled with cheese in the middle.
They would grill the meat for the locals in a wood-fired oven and serve it to them straight away in the shop. The village folk would save on charcoal and wood, with the added bonus of enjoying an evening out with the neighbours.
Vabbè, mo sta riprendendo.
Finger licking good. I mean, I can't say I believe it's very dietetic, but my goodness, it's good.
Age-old traditions like these were what brought people together in Puglia's towns and villages. But some are more curious than others. Spending time in Puglia, you may discover that the region has its own unique soundtrack. It's not unusual to happen upon a crowd of people dancing maniacally to the frenzied rhythm of tambourines and violins. This is a folk dance known as a pizzica. Fast, frenetic and hypnotic, the pizzica derives from a centuries-old concoction of faith healing and peasant culture. This devilish dance was thought to have been the only way to banish the poison of a tarantula bite. It's almost like an exorcism, a musical catharsis. It can go on for hours. The pizzica music is merely a hint of the rich history and folklore of the region. Head the iconic Trulli district around Locorotondo, and it's likely you'll be met by the atmospheric sights and sounds of its people. Women like Graziella are the real spirit of Puglia.
Io quasi non capisco una parola.
E sono tutti in dialetti.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, buongiorno.
Signora, posso entrare?
E come no?
Grazie.
Accomodatevi.
Graziella lives in a trullo, a curious beehive-shaped house that you only find here. These fairy tale-looking structures have peppered this landscape for the last 5,000 years. Today, most have been converted into shishi B&Bs and holiday homes. But Graziella has lived in her trullo for most of her life.
È venuta a vivere qui da quando è sposata?
Sì,
o
sì.
poco dopo?
No, mi sono sposato, sono venuto qui, ho vissuto con i miei suoceri più di 30 anni.
Gosh, 30 years of living with her in-laws.
Sono morti all'età...
Se quello non ti insegna pazienza.
No, la pazienza già ce l'avevo, se no non mi avessi neanche sposato, non avessi accettato di stare con i suoceri.
Sì. E poi la cucina la sapevi già fare bene, la sua mamma le ha insegnato.
A quei tempi, se uno non sapeva fare la cucina, non ti sposava neanche, non ti volevano gli uomini.
Gosh, well, it's lucky times are different.
In a land where cuisine is king, Puglia's cucina povera, peasant cooking, is legendary. Fava beans have fed the poor here for hundreds of years.
500 kilos of these, her and her husband, and she's 80, by the way, took a week to harvest. So as evening entertainment, when it's raining or when they're sitting by the fire, they sit there and they take off the hard skin. Ma prima si sbucciano e poi...
No, prima si...
Sì, e poi si bolliscono.
Poi si bolliscono, sì. Poi si mettono al sole e si fanno asciugare bene. E poi vengono
Deve ricordarsi, signora, che io sono una ragazza di città, non capisco tutta questa roba, deve spiegarmi come se fossi idiota.
Sì, ma io in dialetto sì, però in italiano è difficile
io
per
non
me.
parlo dialetto, scusami.
Siamo due lingue diverse.
Poi questi.
Sì.
Poi da questi si tolgono subito la buccia. Si bolliscono la prima volta.
Solo una volta si bolliscono. Qui.
Ok, allora aspetta che spiego per quei altri poveri innocenti come me che non capisce il lavoro. These have got to be placed into boiling water for 5 minutes, the time to say a Catholic credo. And then they are spread out in the sun on the fields to become completely dry, to then have this work done to them, at which point they will be ready to be cooked. So next time you have a bean salad, think of that.
Se al mio ritorno ti trova maritata, mi spunterò la spada e la testa ti taglierò.
Carina questa.
A staple dish here is the classic fava bean puree.
She is mashing up the fava beans with a bit of potato, boiled potato as well, and some olive oil, and that is it. She's just got the technique. Look at that. The more you beat them, the smoother and the whiter the paste becomes. In the old days, she used to make this every single day, so she must have done it
Fate fretta che io mi stanco.
1,000 times in her life. She's getting tired, she says. It's not like it used to be.
Questo è un piatto dei poveri.
This is a poor people's dish, she says. This is a dish that you can always eat.
This part of my adventure has been unexpected, but the further I head into this remote part of Italy, the more rugged, rustic and surreal it becomes. A world away from the sun-bleached fairy tale landscape of Puglia, the heart of southern Italy is eaten up by the majestic expanse of the country's largest national park, Monte Pollino. Here, the sublime scenery is a complete surprise to me. The vast landscape stretches across the regions of Calabria and Basilicata. Its imposing peaks, wooded glens and rushing streams retain an ancient rugged charm still yet to be tainted by mass tourism. It is an undiscovered treasure for many Italians too. The park is peppered with several sleepy villages and small towns, many of them with an intriguing history. This one, the peaceful town of Civita, hints at why this part of the country has a distinctly foreign feel. Pepe is a guide to the local area.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Benvenuta nel Parco Nazionale del Pollino.
Grazie.
Questo è un paese particolare, è
Sì.
un paese non italiano, è un italo-albanese.
Sì.
The Albanians crossed the Adriatic Sea 500 years ago, fleeing the Ottoman Empire. They settled in villages throughout Pollino, bringing their culture with them. A quiet stroll around Civita makes for a great start to the day, but its positioning within the park also makes it a gateway to the wilderness beyond.
Quanto estende molto il parco? Scusami qui ho
Il parco sono 200.000 ettari e
200,000
tra
hectares.
Basilicata e Calabria, sì.
The epic vistas of Monte Pollino are an adventurer's playground.
Apparently there's extreme mountain biking here. There's canyoning, there's rafting, and there's free climbing. Or, for the more sedentary amongst us, there is merely marvelling at the view.
But if that wasn't appealing enough, you can also discover an abundance of wildlife here, from golden eagles to a few shy wolves and a band of feral mountain goats.
Allora, praticamente qui intorno hanno sempre allevato la capra,
Sì.
è un animale abbastanza comune. I pastori portano a pascolare questi animali, poteva capitare ogni tanto che qualche animale si perdeva. Quando scappa su questi posti qua non è facile recuperare una capra. Credo che siano ormai circa 50 esemplari che girano, camminano ovunque, anche lì sopra. Dove...
Ah, c'è una lì, vedo.
Ce n'è una
nera e una
poi
bianca.
ce n'è una bianca, ma sono due bianche con una piccola, una
Ma
capretta.
Ma che cavolo fanno lì?
Perché lì non ci sono predatori, non ci va il lupo, non ci arriva l'uomo.
I've got no idea how they get up there, or more importantly, how you'd get down. It's a pretty inhospitable place to live.
But for some, the remoteness of the park make it an idyllic place to call home. And for carpenter Quirino, The abundance of wood all around offers a perfect, if unexpected, way to make a living.
Salve, sono Alex Polizzi.
Ciao.
Ciao. Lei vive qui da quando, su Monte Pollino, dico?
Sono nato qui 50 anni fa, vivo in questo paese, vivo in questo posto perché sono molto legato alla montagna, alla natura che mi circonda.
From the peace of his workshop in the wilderness, using locally sourced wood, Quirino, a musician himself, handcrafts what looks like a complicated cousin of the Scottish bagpipes.
Questo è un strumento tradizionale.
Questo si chiama zampogna a chiave.
Ah, zampogna a chiave.
Ci sono strumenti tradizionali come la forma di questa zampogna esiste dal centro Italia fino alla Sicilia.
Come hai imparato a fare questo strumento?
È stato facile per me costruire questo strumento perché l'ho preso da un vecchio costruttore, un bravissimo costruttore, e ho copiato i suoi strumenti, precisamente nelle misure, nelle decorazioni, e fin quando è risultato finito lo strumento. Cioè praticamente ho adattato tutta la mia attrezzatura riguardo il tornio a costruire questi strumenti.
Sì. Mi fai sentire come suona?
I really wasn't expecting to find this here. And such an enchanting sound.
E cos'è che ti piace di questo suono? Cos'è che ti piace per suonare questo strumento?
Ma già dal ritmo che ho fatto significa che è una suonata per una danza.
Yes, it's party music. You can tell from the kind of beat that it's music people to dance to, particularly couples. And I must say, I was tapping away with my foot.
To me, Italy is like a rich tapestry, each region another colourful patch on the quilt. Basilicata is no exception. It's one of the least populated, least visited and least understood regions in the country. One of the smallest too. But hidden in this remote, arid landscape is one of the most intriguing places I've ever been to. The ancient city of Matera is both haunting and beautiful. I came here on my honeymoon, and I've longed to uncover more of its enchanting secrets ever since.
I love Matera. It's one of the first continuously inhabited sites in Europe, and so it's got this immense resonance and history which I find most appealing. It's a very timeless landscape, and it's unusual that you have so little modern that intrudes into your consciousness. I mean, this is one of the glories of Italy, and if you haven't seen it, you really should come.
Walking through its atmospheric streets, it's easy to feel like you've stepped back in time. It's almost biblical. Today, it's hard to imagine that not so long ago, Matera was known as the shame of Italy. In the 1950s, families were crammed into its cave houses, living along livestock with no running water or sanitation in abject poverty. The squalor and malaria-ridden conditions became a national scandal. The entire population of 20,000 people were forcefully relocated to new housing projects, leaving it an empty shell, a ghost town.
Ciao.
Francesco has some astonishing memories of Matera.
Francesco, what's your connection to this place?
It's a very strong connection. All my family was born here. I was born here as well. And ancestors going back to time, century after century, of my family was from here. And so I have a very strong relation to Matera. This area was completely abandoned where I was born, up to when I was 20 years old. And so I used to come here because everything was deserted. It was a big ghost town. And for a kid, for a teenager, it was like a big playground. So I was feeling like a little Indiana Jones with all friends of mine, as everything was for us to know and to explore and to discover. There was nobody around, just us.
This is the part of the historic city. This is the newer bit, though, isn't it?
This is the newest part of the old town, yes.
So risale a, when does it, I mean, when was it?
It dates back to the 1400.
1400.
So 600 years ago, roughly.
Gosh, and so that's the new bit. And the old bit?
They are the caves, and they are thousands of years old.
Yeah.
And all the caves that are hidden beyond the buildings, they date back 10,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. So in every house, people sleep in the same place of their ancestor of 10,000 years ago, which is quite amazing.
Until recently, the caves remained damp, derelict and abandoned. But now Matera has emerged from the dark shadows of its recent past. In the 90s, UNESCO declared it a World Heritage Site, and since then there has been a complete renaissance in the fortunes of this national treasure.
This was my grandparents' home, where my mother was born as well. Now it's a hotel room.
Gosh, would this have been for one family?
Yes, that's correct. And there were just 3 people, my grandparents and my mother.
Was it in a terrible state when you got your hands on it again?
Yes, it was in a very terrible state. I still have the pictures. Everything was black on the ceiling. There was rubbish around the place. It's like, you felt like you're in Pompeii.
That's that alcove.
Yes.
And this is the ceiling.
Is the ceiling with, now it's painted. There was a big fire here. That's why everything is black in the picture. There was a big fire during the abandoned time. This was taken in 1952.
Oh my gosh.
And you can see all the clothes hanging, people and old women chatting, the little cart.
The wheelbarrows.
Yes, and this is just 20 years later.
Darling,
everything is abandoned.
Unbelievable.
Yes, it was like this till the 90s.
It's astonishing.
It's a wonderful comparison. Now, one of these ladies was my grandmother. And they had to leave.
How did your grandparents feel when they had to move out?
Well, most people of their generation, they were quite happy to move because we were the shame of Italy, the disgrace of Italy. So they were happy to move to new neighborhoods. They were modern, and so they just abandoned them. It was my generation to understand the value that we were losing, as this was not just the disgrace of Italy. It was an incredible heritage that we were losing. And it's not a coincidence that in their generation, Matera was the shame and the disgrace of Italy. In my generation, it's a world heritage. Everything has changed, and now we do understand that what Italy thought it was a shame was just a picture of a very long film.
Yes.
That which is going on, and has been going on for 10,000 years, and will last for 10,000 years more.
Matera may be Europe's most dramatic story of rebirth. Tourists are now flooding back to the city, but this is not a landscape that's been blemished by modern life. Luxury hotels are concealed within its honeycomb of caves. I'm told that nothing can quite prepare you for a visit to Le Grotto della Civita, a luxury hotel with a difference.
So tell me a bit how long this hotel has been here and the idea behind it.
The idea is to preserve the history, the cultural tradition of the places and people from this place. This case were abandoned in the 50s, and now it's possible to come back and live this atmosphere, this ancient feeling of the past.
It took 10 years to restore these ancient caves into 18 boutique bedrooms.
Wow, this is lovely. Very beautiful. Look at that view as well. It's amazing. I mean, it's very rarely that I'm blown away by somewhere, but this is completely blown me away. It's romantic and it's done with just such immaculate taste. The lighting, the furniture, the linen, and the candles everywhere, and it's just really very nice. So shall we?
And these caves were just houses
Yes.
for peasants and for poor people. They used to live with animals, with donkeys, and now it's completely different.
Of course.
We tried to restore these caves in the most authentic way possible.
It's lovely to see something that has been restored so lovingly and so carefully, and that is kind of quite true still to certain elements of how things used to be. Gosh.
I've always felt that you should be able to wake up in a hotel and know exactly where you are in the world. But this is something else.
Makes me very dissatisfied with my current living arrangements. It really is amazing. I can't think of a hotel that's captured my imagination more, actually.
But Matera is a city of two extremes, as I'm about to discover. Until 25 years ago, the southern Italian city of Matera was the desolate, deserted and dirty secret of Italy.
It was called Italy's shame, Matera. And it's lovely to see it blossom into a pride of Italy.
Today, its subterranean slums have become a luxury destination unlike any other in the country. And Matera is now feted around the world. But what's less celebrated outside of the city is the annual festival, the centuries-old feast of the Madonna della Bruna. In a workshop in the heart of the city, the finishing touches are being applied to a lovingly handmade float. It forms the centerpiece of the festa. The float is a real work of art, built out of papier-mâché and decorated with ornaments and statues of saints. It takes 4 months to design, build and decorate at a cost of about 25,000 euros. But for all its glory, this masterpiece always meets an ugly end. In the days leading up to the festa, no one in the city sleeps.
Italians love a festa, and this is one of the more impressive ones that I've ever heard about. I've never seen it before. It's all tied up with a historic religious significance, but it's become more than that. It's become a sign of pride, not just in your region, but in your specific town or city. I believe there are going to be 60,000 people here tonight. I asked specifically to be removed from the crowd because, quite honestly, I've never seen more armed police than a rather violent football match. I mean, they're 3 deep, the police down there. I don't know what they think is going to happen, but they're obviously prepared for the worst.
It may be little known outside of Matera, but this festa is a very big deal to the people here.
Do you think it would
would be wrong to do a selfie. Look, now quite a lick is coming. It all looks terribly unsafe. The float makes a ritual journey through central Matera, teasing and dividing the crowds as it passes the twinkling decorations, before returning to the square to meet its ultimate fate. The tension is definitely building. What can I say? They are putting their helmets on. I think that is a sign that they expect something to happen quite soon. Oh my God! All the guys are trying to get already preparing to get over the barricade. Oh my God, it's so exciting. The baying crowds have set upon the chariot like wild animals. It's a rite of destruction, a frenzy of religious devotion. Look, they're gathering trophies. They're gathering trophies. Taking home any piece of the float is thought to bring good luck, and the competition is ferocious. In less than 70 seconds, the wreckage is complete. The float is nothing more than a carcass, a skeleton of its former self. 4 months of this artist's work of creating this float, gone in seconds. This festival is a fitting finale to my Italian travels. I consider myself incredibly fortunate to have had the opportunity to step outside of my everyday life and experience the length and breadth of a country that means so much to me. I've burrowed into its great cities, immersed myself in its rich culture, and revisited the people and places that are so dear to me.
Alex. Hi, darling.
And what's become more and more apparent to me is there's something wonderful, something unusual, something unexpected around every corner. There's so much to Italy. There's this huge interior that very few tourists, relatively speaking, still discover, which is a shame because there's so many jewels here. Culinary, architectural, historical. You could keep coming back here for 20 years and always find something new. But more than anything, this trip has allowed me to learn about myself. When I was younger, I always used to think that as an Italian, I felt rather too loud and too emotional for England. And when I came to Italy, I was considered very British. Now I feel as if I've got the best of both worlds. How lucky I am to have such a rich dual heritage.
It's kind of strengthened my ties to Italy again. It's reminded me of why I feel Italian and what I love about it so much here. It's very hard not to love Italy. I always have, but it's nice to be reminded of why.
Italy, a magnificent country.
It's all here. It's quite breathtaking.
a place where I feel deeply connected.
This is where my grandmother Polizzi's journey began.
In this series, I'm returning, but I'm leaving the mainland to explore Italy's extraordinary islands.
So beautiful.
Revisiting memories.
I haven't been here since I was a child, and I thought I'd make a pilgrimage.
And building new ones.
Buono, 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 buono. I mean, this is one of the maddest things I've ever done. Feels like a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
On a journey of discovery. From the ancient, rugged beauty of Sardinia,
the remains here are spine-tingling,
to the splendor and surprises of Sicily. And some of the Mediterranean's hidden treasures.
It does just feel a million miles away from anywhere else. Look at this. It's one of Sicily's most striking secrets. I can't believe it, it's been too long.
This is my Italian island adventure. My tour begins with Sardinia, Italy's second largest island and a place that's a part of my heritage. Completely marooned in the Mediterranean, its isolation has made Sardinia fiercely independent from the rest of Italy. It's the maverick of the Med. I'll be arriving into its chaotic capital city, Cagliari, before venturing into the rugged Supramonte district, unearthing its dark past, and discovering what makes the mountain town of Lanusei truly unique. It's a 4-hour journey from the north to south of this vast island. Tourists are drawn to the captivating beauty of the north coast. The Costa Smeralda is one of the most glamorous stretches. Super yachts line the marina at Porto Cervo, and the beach at Stintino is a sun-seeker's fantasy. But my journey starts in the south. I should have a strong connection with this island. My father had Sardinian roots, and his mother, my beloved grandmother, was born here.
My nonna Polizzi was the most amazing woman, and I got on with her incredibly well. She was very sharp, very funny, took no nonsense from anybody, and I miss her every single day of my life.
But in fact, Sardinia is the island that I know least.
I never came here growing up as a child. My Forte family were always too nervous about kidnappings and the troubles in Italy at the time.
My only real encounter with Sardinia was when my nonna used the local dialect from time to time.
So when she wanted to talk to my grandfather without us children knowing, she'd slip immediately into Sardinian, which is completely incomprehensible. And I used to tease her about it endlessly, and it's pretty hard, even for an Italian speaker, to get their heads around Sardinian. I never managed it.
It seems fitting to start my journey of exploration with a visit to its capital city, Cagliari.
My grandmother had a house here, and we talked so many times about coming here, about her bringing me here, and I never made it with her. Silly me.
Grazie. Most visitors arrive here via the airport, one of 3 this island has. But as far as I'm concerned, the best way to first catch sight of it is from the water. Cagliari's beauty is rather subtle.
Certainly from here, it's not the most beautiful city I've ever been to. D.H. Lawrence said it was nothing like Italy, but I think it's still recognisably Mediterranean. It does have a certain charm of its own. It's slightly crumbling in the way that so many Italian cities are, but that is part of the charm of Italy. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Being here has awakened my desire to know more about my heritage.
I absolutely adored my Nonna Polizzi, Nonna Lillina, but I didn't know much about her life.
So I've come to Cagliari's registry archive at the heart of the city, in the hope that Salvatore can tell me more about my roots.
Cosa ha
C'è
scoperto?
l'atto di matrimonio del 1912 di Polizzi Francesco con Emma Norchi.
Allora, questo era il bisnonno?
Certo, Francesco è il suo bisnonno.
But what's written here is a complete surprise to me.
Subito. Allora, anche il nonno era sardo. Nonno Gino.
Beh, certo.
It turns out that I'm more connected to this island than I realized.
Allora, pensavo di essere solo un quarto sarda, può darsi sono mezza sarda.
Metà sarda, appunto.
I knew I was a quarter Sardinian, but now it appears I may be more than that. I may be even half Sardinian.
Now that I've discovered I have more roots here than I thought, I'm really excited to explore the Sardinian culture. As one of the biggest ports in the Mediterranean, the sprawl of Cagliari's neighborhoods is about as chaotic as Sardinia will ever get. But like so many places I've visited, its cuisine holds the key to what this city is really all about.
In Italy, markets really are still a way of life. People very rarely go to a supermarket. So this is a wonderful way to absorb local culture, local traditions, and also local cuisine.
But it's well worth hopping on a bus or in a taxi and making the short journey to San Benedetto's market. Here you'll be rewarded with some real Sardinian produce if you're feeling brave. It's incredibly evocative for me.
When I was on the boat with my grandparents, about every other day we'd have to come to a fruit market, a vegetable market, a fish market like this. There were about 10 of us to feed day in, day out, and then get through a lot of food.
This vibrant space is one of the largest indoor markets in Europe. But with more than 200 stallholders all vying for your business, it's a pretty daunting prospect. Francesco is one of the city's most famous restaurateurs, and he's agreed to help me navigate my way to the best bits of Sardinian cuisine.
Buongiorno.
Like stallholder Maurizio's porceddu, or suckling pig.
È una nostra tradizione il maialetto. Noi lo mangiamo piccolino, invece nelle altre parti d'Europa e del mondo lo vogliono grande.
Here, no part of the pig is wasted.
This is boiled hoof and neck. It's boiled with vinegar and parsley. Come lo mangi?
Così è già cotto, è pronto da mangiare ed è ottimo.
Oh my God, I don't know.
È cotto, è ottimo.
It's quite fatty, but not nearly as slimy as you'd expect.
But as far as I'm concerned, you're not Italian if you don't adore cheese. Both of my grandmothers were fabulous cooks. Their soufflés and risottos form my earliest food memories.
Italians eat a lot of cheese. Even in my little household with 2 small children, well, I definitely get through a kilo of Parmesan a month, easily.
Sardinia's most famous export is pecorino, a robust cheese that's made from sheep's milk.
So this is the most typical Sardinian cheese. In Sardinia, they even use this grated on top of spaghetti. I love cheese, so I'm in heaven. Buonissimo. Perfetto. Questo è veramente buonissimo. It's very strong tasting, very strong flavored.
They say you can have too much of a good thing. I can't say I agree, personally.
Yummy.
I could stay here all day.
I'm not even vaguely cheesed out.
But in the noisy depths, you'll find what this market is most famous for. an abundance of the freshest seafood.
They're so fresh, they're alive. So do you serve these in your restaurant?
Yeah, a lot. We just boil them up and with a little bit of salt.
Sea slugs.
Sea slugs.
Somehow anything with the word slug in it doesn't really encourage me, but my sort of are they good?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Are they an acquired taste?
The taste is very strong.
Very strong.
I can't say I'm convinced. But Francesco isn't letting me leave Cagliari without trying one of his seafood specialities at his restaurant, Lilicu.
So, these are gianchetti, which are a speciality from around here. Little baby fish fried up. Delicious.
Down near the port, where the food is more reasonably priced, this atmospheric trattoria draws in crowds from all walks of life. Opera singer Andrea Bocelli can be spotted dining on seafood alongside hungry fishermen.
This place is an institution. Everyone comes here, and I understand why.
Cagliari has delivered a healthy dose of authentic culture, but it's inland where you'll find the real essence of Sardinia. I've travelled 3 hours east of Cagliari, where the drama of Sardinia's wild, sparse interior begins to unfold.
This vast wilderness behind me is a Supramonte. The silence is only broken by dogs barking and the sound of the goats' bells.
For the more adventurous traveller, this part of the island is ripe for exploration. Vistas like this jaw-dropping gorge can be discovered, and the atmospheric town of Orgosolo is a real highlight of the region, where years of political turmoil are etched on its buildings in a series of poignant murals. But I'm drawn to this rugged landscape because of its dark past. In the early 70s, when I was a child, Sardinia was encountering terrible troubles with bandits. There had been a series of brutal kidnappings where the wealthy were being targeted. Because of the success of my grandfather's business, I was deemed a kidnap risk. I've decided to hire a local guide, Luciano, to learn more about these troubled times. And understand why my parents kept me from visiting Sardinia as a child.
Bene, grazie. Andiamo. Questa regione, perché è stata questa che è così conosciuta per i banditi?
I banditi c'erano perché comunque erano, diciamo che era un fenomeno più sociale che altro. C'era molta povertà, molto isolamento,
sì.
E quindi c'era il fenomeno delle ruberie, insomma si rubava. I rapimenti non erano cose casuali, non è che arrivava il turista e veniva rapito, no, generalmente erano persone veramente miliardari e veniva chiesto un riscatto.
When I was young, I heard these stories endlessly, and obviously it wasn't just the question of ransom, it was just the fear of having someone taken from you. It was very alive in all our minds. People were very, very fearful.
The bandits used this vast granite landscape to evade capture. These mountains are studded with a network of caves that made it easy for them to keep moving and stay hidden from the authorities.
Lì ci facevano il fuoco, come diceva, il fumo che c'era.
Sì.
Sicuramente lo utilizzavano per quello. Quindi è un riparo
So this is an area that was probably a hiding place. It definitely shows sign of human habitation, whether it was just because of the goats and the shepherds, or whether it was used for more sinister purposes.
Ma al territorio lo usavano tutto, poi i nascondigli potevano essere anche una semplice pietra dove si nascondeva sotto, oppure ci sono delle querce enormi che hanno un buco dentro, no? Ci stanno persone dentro, si possono anche coricare dentro.
They knew all the hiding places, and someone who wasn't from here would never, ever have been able to scope them out. It's very heavily wooded. It's very rocky. It's pretty impenetrable.
It's incredible to think that bandits were bringing victims here as recently as 1997. But now it's a much safer destination for visitors looking to hire a car and explore. There is, however, one enduring figure that has always remained here. For the shepherd, farming this land is just a way of life. The bonus of having a guide is getting to meet the locals. Luciano's taking me to meet the last isolated shepherd to live and work out in these mountains.
È molto isolato qui, vabbè, non è lontano del paese. Piacere.
Piacere mio. Questo sta Alex, questo Ciccio.
Ciao, Mazzina. Piacere mio, grazie. Sono felice di essere qui.
At the ripe age of 80, Ciccio has never married. Instead, he chose an entire lifetime of farming here.
È un lavoro duro che fa.
È un po' duro. Alzarsi presto, verso le 3 di mattina e quasi tutto il giorno c'è da fare.
E allora qual è la parte più dura della vita qua su?
Sono un po', diciamo, isolato. Io sono l'unico che rimango. È l'unica che mi fa compagnia, più che altro è la televisione.
Ciccio's family would love to see him move closer to town, but he refuses to give up his animals.
Le piace sempre questo modo di vivere?
Lavoro, diciamo, essere a contatto col bestiame da quando ero bambino. Tutta la vita. Sono abituata, è proprio per quello. Tanto, proprio adesso non me ne devo andare. Tanto sto arrivando a capolinea.
What a charmer he is, 80 years old, and so cheerful. He's an example to all of us.
And I seem to have charmed Ciccio because he's invited us to stay for lunch, and I'm in for a treat. He's been preparing the traditional feast of the Sardinian suckling pig.
So this is a 2-month-old pig. He says only here in this part of the world do they cook them so small.
Lo chiamiamo porcheddu e latte, cioè un maialetto che ancora succhia il latte.
The secret to cooking it is slowly and gently over a low heat.
Per quanto tempo è stato sul fuoco?
Circa 2 ore.
2 hours. It's the first time I've eaten suckling pig on the spot where it's been raised, so I'm very excited indeed.
This traditional way of cooking is primitive, but nothing could prepare me for how Ciccio's nephew carves the meat.
Darling, please. We're quite far removed, aren't we, in normal life from how we eat meat. It's quite sobering seeing it being carved like this. This is how real men eat. I'm very, very excited now.
È buono?
Mamma mia, tenero. Oh, it is so tender. I have honestly never in my life eaten pork like this. These days, there's a lot of chat about provenance. It's very in, isn't it? Everyone has on their menu how far away their ingredients come from. But this is 0 meters away. This is made from this bit of land. And it's unbelievable. Buono, 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 buono.
Sono magro, ma a mangiare già mangio.
Sì.
È solo che faccio quel movimento, mica posso, certo che non credo che diventi obeso.
No, non è il rischio.
Non c'è quel pericolo.
No, no.
Cheers, salute.
Salute.
Ci ubriachiamo, mi sa,
The mountainous Supramonte district where Cicciu lives is one of the poorest and most remote parts of Sardinia. So it's a real surprise to discover at the foot of these mountains a touch of glamour. This is Sul Gologone, an award-winning hotel where you can experience untouched Sardinia in luxury.
These rooms were designed in honour of a tradition of shepherding here, and there are so many references to where they used to live, what they used to wear, the fabrics. It's all very authentic, but it's also all done in extremely good taste.
The hotel began life as a simple trattoria built by Peppedo Palimode back in 1960 and is now a 68-bedroom retreat run by his daughter Giovanna.
I miei in qualche maniera hanno voluto proporre tutto ciò che la tradizione poteva, il territorio poteva offrire. Quindi qui tutto ciò che vedete è molto autentico, è molto legato alla cultura e alla tradizione sarda. Penso che non ci sia nessun'altra isola al mondo così.
So much of what you see is made right here on site in an effort to preserve some of Sardinia's age-old crafts. Visitors can even have a go at a few traditional recipes. And as a baker's wife, there's one Old Shepherd staple that I'm very interested in trying.
Pane Carasau is one of Sardinia's most enduring culinary traditions because it was so useful for the sheep herders, the goat herders. They would go for months on end away from villages, obviously carrying all their provisions with them. And this bread, because it's dried, can last up to 3 months. Questa è la parte più difficile.
Sì, ginturtu. Si chiama in sardo ginturtu.
The kneading is the hardest bit of this whole process. I know this from Marcus's bakery. It looks very simple. Looks like any idiot could do it. Believe you me, I'm one idiot who can't.
Così è la pallina.
Molto carina.
Sì. E poi io vado a schiacciare.
Sì, faccio così. Sì, sempre in una direzione,
sempre
giusto?
Fino ad arrivare alla fine. Così, poi si gira.
Sì, così. The important thing is to only ever do it in one direction, and then you turn it and do it in the other direction. Grazie della vostra pazienza.
No, è bravissima.
This isn't as easy as it looks.
I am feeling the pressure. I'm going to be mocked at home for my technique.
Finally, after hours of resting, the dough is ready to be baked, and it's quite a sight.
It's amazing because it starts off by bubbling up, and it looks like a kind of disease. And then finally it blows up completely.
Vuole assaggiare?
Assaggio?
Sì.
Fresco dal forno?
Sì.
It's very thin, very crispy, and quite easy to eat inordinate quantities of. Although it does last 3 months, this lady says there's nothing better than when it just comes out of the oven. Really, really good.
The more time I spend on this island, the more I realise how independent it feels from the rest of Italy.
It's interesting because Sardinia is even more regionalised than most bits of Italy. It's an island, but you go from place to place and there are different customs, different skills, different traditions, and they're all passionately being maintained. It's one of the things I love so much about being here, actually.
But I'm yet to discover some of the more curious traditions that are so unique to this isle. Most visitors never venture further than Sardinia's 2,000 kilometers of beguiling bays and beaches. But I think the real appeal of this island is in its ancient history. Sardinia is said to predate Italy itself. And mysterious evidence of man has existed here for thousands of years. More than 7,000 relics of prehistoric villages and tombs like this litter the landscape and are all easily accessible to visitors. Today, Sardinians affectionately regard these ancient burial chambers as fairy houses. Thanks to a history of isolation, some curious traditions are preserved on Sardinia. Some have even been afforded the protection of UNESCO in order to safeguard them. If you're visiting during one of the island's annual festivals, you may come across this mysterious form of folk music. It's known as canto a tenore, and it's another nod to the shepherd farming his flock. If you explore the southwestern corner of the island, Italy's oldest city, Sant'Antioco, can be found jutting out from the coast. Here, there is a modest museum run by a local weaver named Chiara. She's allowed me to come and see her at work, but I'm interrupting her at my peril because some say she's a witch.
Maestro, sono Alex Polizzi. Piacere, grazie.
Piacere.
Chiara takes her art very seriously because this isn't any old thread she's weaving. She claims to be the last woman in the world to weave sea silk. It's rumored that she's been offered billions for her work. She commands respect, and I need to watch my step.
La posso chiamare Chiara o devo...
Sì. O mi chiami Chiara o mi chiami Maestro.
This silky thread is called byssus, and it comes from huge saltwater clams.
Questo animale vive 25 anni, raggiunge altezze di 1,10 m, è il più grande bivalve mediterraneo, si chiama Pinna nobilis cetacea.
I'm amazed. So that is the mollusk that she spins this wonderful thread from.
It's a priceless material. At 60 years of age, Chiara has to dive 100 times in order to collect a mere 15 meters of thread.
Posso chiederla, maestro?
Sì.
Ha fatto questo lavoro tutta la vita?
Allora, ho cominciato a filare a 4 anni, a tessere a 12. Io sono la 30ª generazione nella mia famiglia. Questo
30ª, 30th?
Sì.
Giusto?
You have to hold and feel this delicate sea silk to even begin to comprehend just how precious it is.
Ce l'hai in mano?
Non ce l'ho in mano.
Sì che ce l'hai in mano.
It not only weighs nothing, but it feels like nothing. I would have sworn there was nothing on my hand.
After an awkward start, we seem to be getting along. Chiara's even letting me in on the secrets of her craft.
È magico.
Magico, filo magico. She's twisting it, and then with that, she's then spins it further into a Z shape. That's what she calls it.
Essere immane tessere, tessere filare, indemoneare.
Piedi no, però vita mia, e andare da in terra e cominciare a sa pazienza in saper mina mancare. E il filo è fatto.
So that is the thread made, and now she has to do the magic bit.
Fatto. È magico. Tira.
Strano. It's amazing that she's made this thread in front of me.
E sono una vecchia strega io. E diciamo che sono una strega mancata, sopravvissuta al massacro.
Chiara's work isn't for sale, and I can understand why.
Isn't that beautiful? It would take 20 years to make a dress, the master says.
Perché per fare questo ci sono voluti 5 anni.
No. It took 5 years to make that.
Only presidents and popes have been deemed worthy recipients of her pieces.
She says she would never sell any of this, anything that she makes, because they are works of art that belong to the world. And so when they're ready, they're ready. Hurry has no place here.
It's not just the traditions that have aged well here. It's customary in Sardinia to toast with the words, "May you live to 100 years." And on this island, for some reason, many do. Astonishingly, there are currently 411 centenarians living here, more than anywhere else in the world. All of my grandparents lived to a ripe old age, so I've always believed this part of the world had something in its water. My curiosity has brought me to meet Angela and Pierino.
Buongiorno, Angela. Buongiorno. Dino. Sono Alex.
The island's official photographers of centenarians.
It's been a year since Angela and Pierino have had this project of photographing centenarians. And 3 or 4 times a week, he says, he's being called somewhere to take a photo of yet another one. Vediamo delle foto, allora?
Sì, certo.
Sì.
It's a portfolio like no other.
Questa è la signora più vecchia.
Sì, la più anziana della Sardegna. Queste sono 2 sorelle, tutte e 2 centenarie.
Che bello.
103 e 100. Sì.
Questa quanta che età?
103.
103, li riconosci tutti?
Vabbè,
sì.
qualcheduno c'ho. Sì, anche perché
Questo signore è molto bello.
Sì. 105 quasi.
105 almost, this man. I mean, there are some quite astonishing photos here. People who look so hale and hearty. You wouldn't believe for a minute they're over 100. There's one guy here who's still a shepherd at the age of 100, still taking his sheep into pasture.
These photos give a sense of the strong family tradition that exists here.
Noi sentiamo particolarmente in Inghilterra che i vecchi sono quasi invisibili, che spariscono, che non hanno famiglia intorno. E non è così qui, vero?
Così, guarda. Sono circondate proprio dall'affetto dei familiari.
Old age is much more precious here. It's a matter of enormous pride if you manage to get to 100. It's a matter of pride for the family. Questa signora scicchissima.
Sì.
Una bisnonna è arrivata a 104 anni.
C'è
Ma
ancora? C'è ancora?
No, adesso no.
Se no andava a fotografare.
Infatti mi
Dov'è il
dispiace.
problema?
Mi dispiace.
These images are heartwarming to see, but some of these folk are doing more than just enjoying old age. as I'm about to find out. They're helping science in a study that could one day affect us all. The Gennargentu is a vast area of granite, mountainous country. It's a hiker's paradise. But my fascination with the number of centenarians in Sardinia has brought me to the tiny town of Lanusei. Because here, within an old schoolhouse, there is a world-leading laboratory full of gadgetry and scientists. A groundbreaking project named Progenia is underway, where the genes of local people are being studied to see if this region holds the answer to the way we age. Eduardo is one of the key scientists.
So, Eduardo, tell me about what you're doing here.
We are studying the aging of humans. We are a nice population to be studied for aging, for autoimmunity, and for longevity.
So you are studying the traits that lead to longevity?
Yes, so...
Or that contribute towards...
Yeah, that's right. This is the point.
Who will benefit from the research?
I mean, the entire population, the world population, because aging and problems related to aging...
affects everybody.
Yes, yes.
6,000 volunteers aged from 18 through to 105 undergo routine checkups. Eduardo and his fellow scientists are evaluating the way the aging process affects the immune system. It's mind-boggling stuff.
The fact that you have a large group of people here in this area who miraculously live to a great age means that you have a bigger pool of people to use as research.
Yeah, we are trying to collect their blood, their genetic information, and their immune system to define and to see why they are so
long-lived.
Yeah, so long-lived. Exactly, exactly.
It's incredibly important work that's happening. It's another world from that which I come from, and it's very interesting. I'm very proud of the fact I have 4 grandparents and none of them died under the age of 90.
Can I take your blood?
It's good though. I always think it must mean that I've got good genetic characteristics. I think it's astonishing that such an important facility is in such a small place, and it's encouraged to happen here because of this particular genetic makeup of this island.
Who would have thought that this little town has the potential to impact on us all? Although Sardinia has a record-breaking number of centenarians, I didn't expect to be here just as it gained another. But as the final part of my journey takes me back towards Cagliari, I've come to the nearby town of Settimo San Pietro, where I've been invited to join photographers Pierino and Angela as they photograph one man's momentous day. It's an opportunity I'm certainly not going to miss.
This is our centenarian, Angelo, who's going in to celebrate with Mass in church. He's in good form for 100, isn't he? I was saying that we all want to look like that when we're 100. Maybe with slightly less facial hair, but otherwise exactly like that.
A te, Dio, Padre Onnipotente, nell'unità dello Spirito Santo, ogni onore e gloria per tutti i secoli dei secoli. Amen. E ora resta con noi.
I used to go to Mass every Sunday with the rest of my family until I was 19. It is still something I enjoy doing today, whenever I get the opportunity.
That was really nice. It's very cheering to see a 100-year-old man surrounded by so many friends and family, by so much affection and goodwill. It's a long time since I've been to Mass and I've enjoyed it so much. The entire town has turned out to mark the occasion, and the respect being shown for Angelo is incredibly moving. There's a lovely cake. There's lots of people here to celebrate. A few people in traditional costume. He's a popular man. He's lived 100 years, may live 100 more. Auguri. Tanti auguri. Grazie dell'invito e tanti auguri. These is great-grandchildren. I can still clearly remember the celebrations when my own great-grandmother reached 100, with all of us grandchildren around her. Being here in Sardinia obviously makes me think of my family and my beloved grandmother particularly, my nonna Polizzi, who I miss every single day of my life. She didn't make it to 100, I wish she'd had. It's a great comfort to me that she at least saw my daughter. I can only imagine how lovely it is for all these great-grandchildren to know their great-grandfather too. It's a really nice occasion. And it's one that I consider myself very, very lucky to have been a part of. Incredibly hospitable. I feel very Italian, not quite as Sardinian as maybe I should. Maybe it's part of my culture I should embrace a bit further. Before I leave Sardinia, I receive some welcome news about my own Sardinian family. Salvatore from the Archive Registry has made a discovery about my darling nonna. This is the end of my Sardinian journey. But this is where my grandmother Polizzi's journey began. This is where she was born. And I thought I'd make a pilgrimage just to have one last contact with my nonna. As a nation, the British have a love affair with Spain. 12 million people a year come to worship its sun-kissed shores. In this series, I want to find out what fascinates us about this country, and if there is more to Spain than meets the eye. I'm amazed. I had absolutely no idea that this was here. This will be a journey of discovery for me. I did not expect this. Wow! As I crisscross the country, longing to know more about it. Seeing its world-famous landmarks up close. Awesome. Awesome. This is one of the places that everyone should see before they die. And uncovering lesser-known sites. You do literally feel transported. As I experience this incredibly vibrant culture. It's pretty mad, isn't it? I think it's just one of those moments I'm never going to forget the whole of my life. The There's nothing like this anywhere in the world.
My Spanish adventure begins in the north of this magnificent country, a journey that will take me from the Rioja region, through the Basque Country to the city of Pamplona, finally arriving in Catalonia and the enchanting city of Barcelona. On my way, I'll experience the infamous running of the bulls.
That is one of the more insane things I've ever seen in my life.
And I'll become immersed in the drama of a truly inspiring Catalonian tradition.
This mad thing that actually means something. It's very, very moving.
My starting point is a region celebrated the world over for its vineyards, Rioja. This wine lover's paradise is only 2 hours south of the ports of Santander and Bilbao. Home to some of the finest vineyards in Europe, where every year 175 million bottles of wine are produced. Nestled in amongst the emerald vines, I'm visiting one of the oldest, most highly regarded wineries in the region, Marques de Riscal. Founded in 1858, the wines produced here are exported to over 100 countries.
This is the first expansion of the company of the year 1883.
Carlos takes visitors on a tour of the winery.
So, well, this is the wine aging room for these three top wines. Everything here in French oak.
It smells delicious in here.
Is.
I want a perfume. I want to smell like this. It smells really delicious.
These historic cellars hold more than 37,000 barrels of wine. The subterranean vaults are where the vintage wines are stored, and where I'm being given rare access to what they call a cathedral of wine.
So we are in the original winery. This is the cathedral. What we call it here, the cathedral is the treasure of the winery. And inside here we have wine since the very beginning. Since 1862, it was the first wine put in bottle.
Oh my gosh, can I go in there?
Yeah, we are going to get inside.
Wow.
This is my kind of cathedral.
It is incredible. It is very evocative. I mean, centuries of dust have never seemed so attractive, I'm telling you.
Magnums.
Amazingly, Riscal has preserved bottles from every year since the vineyard's inception. Some of them have been resting here for over 150 years.
So this one I know is 1870, because this one...
Is it still drinkable, this wine?
Yes, it is. It's because of because of the conditions of we have in this room. We are talking about a humidity between 80–85%. It's always the light off. Today we can say that between 75–80% of this wine is still drinkable.
And I hate to bring it down to the base. What would a bottle of 1870 sell for?
So the question is, in reality, we don't sell these bottles. We open them in very special occasions. It's priceless.
It's incredible that they have this repository of wine, which they never sell. They open on special occasions, but very few people see. And I'm here seeing it.
The wine might be priceless, but not everything here is quite as exclusive. There is plenty for tourists to see. And as part of the experience, they can stay at this hotel. Built on top of the wine vaults, this is one of the most striking pieces of architecture in the country.
Isn't that beautiful? It's rather amazing here in this really verdant countryside to find this modernist masterpiece. Very exciting to come across it.
Incredibly, the owners managed to persuade the legendary Canadian architect Frank Gehry to design this bold hotel. Its dramatic ribbons of pink gold and silver titanium have echoes of one of his most famous buildings, the Guggenheim in nearby Bilbao.
When he was first asked to take on this commission, he refused because he'd only just recently done Bilbao. And cleverly, the owners enticed him with a couple of bottles of wine from his birth year vintage. And he was persuaded, and this is the result. Quite something.
But a stay here isn't all about drinking the vineyard's wine. I'm visiting the spa to experience what they call vinotherapy. By incorporating wine into a beauty treatment, every bit of the grape gets used here. This is called a crushed Cabernet scrub, a mixture of grape seeds, dark honey, and essential oils.
My skin will be soft as a baby's bottom after this, and I'll be lubricated by wine from both the outside and the inside. So relaxing.
And just as well, because tomorrow I've got a very early start. I'm in the north of Spain, in the Rioja region, famed for its vineyards. At the heart of it is the charming city of Logroño, a place that, in recent years, has built up quite a reputation for its food. You'll find several Michelin-starred restaurants here, but the quality of food is remarkable even down at street level. Those in the know can get some incredible cuisine in Logroño for a fraction of the price. On one street in the heart of the old town, you can find a plethora of pint-sized culinary delights called pinchos.
¿Cuánto bar hoy?
Aquí hay 73 establecimientos.
73 bars here today. I'm looking forward to this. Yum, yum.
My guide Ricardo runs the association that the 73 traders belong to. Each one of them serve a different pinchos, which is a take on the more widely known tapas, but usually served on a skewer. Typically washed down with a glass of local wine, a wonder down this street is a bar crawl with a difference.
What's this?
Esto es lo que se conoce como la senda de los elefantes.
Yes.
Porque la gente, cuando entra,
Sí.
sale trompa. Entonces, trompa quiere decir en español ir borracho, y entonces van...
Barcolando.
Exacto.
So as they walk from bar to bar with a drink every time, they kind of stagger here and there, and that's the pathway of the elephants.
Este es uno de los bares que ponen pinchos más sofisticados, más de cocina moderna.
Oh, very nice. Oh my gosh, lovely. Look at, ooh. How beautiful they are.
Vamos a ver, vais a comer patata asada crujiente, que es especialidad de la casa, con una salsita un poquito picante y una explosión de huevo que es envuelta en panceta ibérica finita y lo de fuera hacemos una lámina de patata y la deshidratamos, entonces podemos moldearla.
Sounds mad.
Of course, a glass of Rioja is the essential ingredient in the Logroño experience.
Thank you.
Hay que brindar, ¿eh?
See, it said.
Doesn't take much to twist my arm.
This is my idea of heaven. Entero?
Entero.
Entera, un po' caliente. That really is an explosion of egg. Indescribable. Beats having a sandwich on the motorway, let me tell you.
It will cost you less than a service station sandwich too. Most of these pinchos are only €1 or 2.
Se le inyecta la salsa
Sí.
y se come con piel y todo.
It's lucky I'm not on a diet, because I cannot imagine that this is terribly good for the figure. Salud.
I'll walk it off on the way to my next treat.
Vamos a tomar una brocheta de langostino con piña natural.
Cuida que quema igual. No, está bien.
Sorry, but you know, I've got children. I'm used to doing it. Oh my God. I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm on my 3rd glass of wine. This is turning out to be a very good day.
Suddenly, the elephant's path is making sense.
Gente va a trompa y va de bar en bar.
Va trompa. I like
Va
that.
trompa, de ahí viene.
Our final stop is a Logroño legend.
And that means basically the dog's bollocks, because these are the best of the best.
Este es el cojonudo.
This is a typical Riojan pinchos with a trio of local ingredients: fried egg, chorizo, and alegría, which is a spicy chili pepper.
Y entero.
Oh my God.
Si puedes.
Okay. Okay. You first.
Uf, está difícil.
Venga. Cojonudo.
Cojonudo. That really is the dog's bollocks.
Cojonudo.
Salud.
Salud.
I mean, life really doesn't get much better than this.
An hour northeast of Logroño is the Basque region, an area with a distinct cultural identity. Within it lies the city of Pamplona, home to one of the most controversial and crazy festivals on earth. Each July, 1 million pleasure seekers descend on this city for the raucous festival of San Fermin. They come for a week of music and merrymaking, but most of all for the infamous running of the bulls.
It's pretty mad, isn't it?
It's a deeply rooted celebration that's been held every July since the 16th century. It originated from the need to move the bulls through the city to the bullfighting ring. Today, it draws people from across the globe.
There's a real party atmosphere. You can feel everyone's a bit nervous and quite excited. And possibly slightly drunk.
All these fearless, or some may say foolish, daredevils are here to place themselves in the path of 6 furious bulls.
You nervous?
A little bit. Why not just live your life? If I'm gonna go, I'd rather go doing something wild than, be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay. All right, good luck.
Thank you. They're running with the bulls! Let's go. Are you gonna run yourself?
No way.
Why not?
No
Why not?
way, darling.
Why not?
It's amazing to be amongst it all. I'm really glad I'm not running.
I first became aware of the bull run when I read Ernest Hemingway's 1926 classic, The Sun Also Rises. The description of the festival was so vivid that it's been on my bucket list ever since.
Can't believe I'm here after all these years, almost 45 years old, and I'm getting to see this. I'm so happy, really excited. It's just a pretty bonkers idea, the whole thing. I mean, look how tight they're massed down there. You know, it's quite hard to run in that kind of pack, especially when being chased by 6 bulls. Quite a few of them are carrying rolled up newspapers, and I wonder if that's to bang a bull on the nose when it gets too close. So exciting. This really is exciting. San Fermin to protect them.
A wave of nervous energy is surging through this narrow street.
I have to say, the atmosphere from when I first arrived has changed dramatically. Everyone was quite drunk and quite merry, and everyone's starting to get their game faces on. Everyone looks a lot more serious.
It's no wonder there are nerves. Up to 300 people are injured every year, gored or trampled under the hooves of the thundering herd or their fellow runners.
15 people have died over the last, I don't know how many years. So and lots of people get quite seriously injured.
It's over in the blink of an eye. The run usually lasts only 3 or 4 minutes.
I've got goosebumps. I mean, that was so fast. God knows what has happened that end, but this end, someone fell over, and over at the top, look, someone's down there.
It's not just the runners that get hurt. In all the excitement, it's easy to forget that for the bulls, this is a brutal tradition that ultimately ends in death. Tonight, in the bull ring. But this is one of those events I simply had to see once.
Really, really glad that I finally fulfilled my childhood wish, and I've seen the running of the bulls happen. I mean, that is one of the more insane things I've ever seen in my life. They always say, you never feel so alive as when you're almost dead.
I'm about to test that theory and face my fear of heights in Barcelona.
I don't know quite what to say. I'm rather blown away, to tell you the truth.
I've travelled east of the Basque Country and the madness of the bull run to the region of Catalonia. Like the Basque Country, Catalonia is steeped in history and tradition, and its people are fiercely proud and protective of their cultural identity. I've arrived at the jewel in its crown, its capital, one of the world's greatest cities.
I love Barcelona, and I have ever since I visited it for the first time about 15 years ago.
Barcelona is a completely enchanting city with boundless culture, fabled architecture, and sun-drenched beaches.
I feel like this is a very vibrant and creative city. It's a city that allows you to be anything you want to be.
It's long been a city synonymous with art and has inspired artistic luminaries such as Salvador Dalí, Pablo Picasso, and Juan Miró. But it's an architect who truly exemplified the Catalan quest for independence and innovation. His name was Antoine Gaudí. Gaudí's ingenious and whimsical creations are perhaps the most visible and famous art in Barcelona.
What I love about it is his refusal to tread a well-trodden path. He went off-piste, let's face it.
There's no greater example of his eccentric creativity than his masterpiece, one of the most famous and recognizable cathedrals in the world, the Sagrada Familia. This wonder has been in construction since 1892. It was Gaudi's passion project, the ultimate expression of his wild imagination.
Every time I come here, I'm just overwhelmed by how over the top it is. It is so detailed and extravagant and bonkers. You don't know where to look first. There are so many things that I love about this building.
When Gaudi died in 1926, only a quarter of the project was complete. By the time it's finished, it will have taken longer than the Egyptian pyramids to build.
It's expected to be completed in 2026, at which point it will have been in construction for 150 years. That is, if it is completed in 2026, which many people doubt. Looking around, I can understand why.
The interior is even more jaw-dropping.
It feels like a monument to man's ingenuity. It's an astonishingly ambitious building.
Which unsurprisingly attracts 4 million visitors a year, making it the most visited monument in Spain. When Sagrada Familia is completed, it will be the tallest religious building in Europe. As this artist's impression illustrates, the central tower will stretch a hair-raising 172 meters into the sky. And today, I'm honored to have been given real access to the construction of that tower. But it means confronting a real fear.
I am, to say the least, not madly keen on heights, but this is the opportunity of a lifetime and there's no way I'm missing out. So, just have to get on with it.
Architect Esteve is escorting me on my ascent.
I'm Alex.
Hi, I'm Esteban. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
How are you?
Good. Looking forward to this.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Thanks.
Esteve is one of a team of 50 architects who, alongside 100 builders, are working tirelessly to try to complete the project before 2026. Much of the work happens at incredibly vertiginous heights.
So now we are gonna go up till 30 meters.
Awesome. Awesome. Just being able to see this so close. It's amazing. How high does this lift take us?
Well, we're gonna go from 30 till 54 high.
54 meters.
I can only imagine the weight on this architect's shoulders to realize Gaudi's extraordinary vision. But what is more terrifying to me right now is that I've still got to go up. This is not comfortable for me.
Look at this.
And this...
Oh my God.
Yeah, don't look down.
I'm not looking, don't worry. Oh my goodness.
We're almost there.
Oh my God. It's mad. Ugh. Made me feel very hot and sweaty walking along that platform. I'm fine as long as I don't have to look over the edge. It's mad to see the detail up so close and personal. I don't know quite what to say. I'm rather blown away, to tell you the truth.
I'm not often lost for words. Perhaps my fear of heights has rendered me speechless. And there's another lift to go.
Oh, good. Oh my gosh, this is really exciting. Yay! Wow, now I'm glad I came up here. This is amazing!
Well, as you can see, we are in the highest point now on from the works. We're around 85 meters high from the ground.
This is as high as I've been in a long time, and it's as high as I plan to get.
You can see that this will be the beginning of Jesus Tower. And also when this will be completed, we will have the cross and the whole building, which is really in the center of the city.
Gaudí believed that nothing man-made should ever be higher than God's work. It's no coincidence, then, that the ultimate height of his monumental creation will be 1 meter short of Barcelona's highest mountain, Montjuïc.
Coming up here was definitely worth the fear. I mean, you've got this amazing view. I've got to see some work that very few people get to see really up close. I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
The cathedral may be the most recognizable piece of art in the city. But in the Gothic quarter just off Las Ramblas, a shop that counts Salvador Dalí and Pablo Picasso as former customers is also well worth a visit. At the legendary El Ingenio, they sell giant papier-mâché heads. It's surrealism in the flesh. Beyond the myriad of masks and puppets lies a family-run business spanning generations. Today, it's run by Catalan Rosa Cardona.
Oh, this is amazing. What is this shop? I've never seen anything like it.
Pues esta tienda es una tienda de artesanía de cartón piedra, pero para, más que nada para fiestas populares de Cataluña.
These giant heads are used in festivals that happen all over the region.
So, how long has this shop been here in Barcelona?
De 1838.
No!
Yo no estaba. Tenemos cabezudos de gente popular, pero también cabezudos grotescos.
Where do you make these things?
Ah, en el obrador.
Okay.
Hidden behind a curtain at the back of the shop is a dark, cave-like workshop where master craftsman Augustin methodically molds these weird and wonderful heads out of layers of papier-mâché.
Hola, Augustin.
Hola, buenas tardes.
How long has Augustin been here?
Sí.
¿Cuánto tiempo a trabajar?
46, ¿no?
No!
Sí, 46.
I mean, honestly, this man who's been working here for 46 years, it's like, I mean, in the cave, creating these mad products. It's an astonishing story.
These heads that Augustin has devoted his life to take months to make. The largest ones, the giants, can cost up to 3,000 euros.
¿Quieres que te enseñe un cabezudo? Aquí tengo uno.
Sí, por favor. Oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure that would make me feel very claustrophobic. Oh my gosh. It's really very odd, that is. Can you see me there? Where does she see from? From the mouth? I'm glad it's not me. I'm trying to... Oh.
I'm not sure this is supposed to be happening.
Un momento que esto no me acordaba que costaba.
Now I'm starting to get worried.
He tenido un problema.
I've never had to rescue someone from an oversized head before. Thank God my resourceful producer has come to the rescue.
Tengo que dar la vuelta.
Okay.
¿Qué? Ah. Oh. Hacía tiempo que no me lo ponía. Este es demasiado largo para mí. A veces me he probado otros, pero este modelo no.
Honestly. Oh, povera signora.
No pasa nada.
Are you okay?
Me conformo con una careta. Careta, sí.
That was a surreal moment in a city that's no stranger to surrealism. Perhaps because Barcelona has a long history with the powerful spirit absinthe. Bar Marsella is reputedly the oldest absinthe bar in town. Located in El Raval, it was a favorite haunt of everyone from Picasso to Hemingway, drawn in by the ambiance and the absinthe.
Good evening, Jose.
It's been in Jose Marsella's family for generations.
Thank you. This place looks like it's exactly the same as it was 3 generations ago.
It's exactly not the same.
So I've been looking at some of the bottles on the shelves.
They are real, they are full,
Oh my gosh.
and some ones is from 1818, 1820s, 1850s, depends of the year. This is because we forgot where are the keys and we never open back. So
it's very practical. It's just there because it's there.
Marsella is timeless. 200 years of history hanging in the air. It's in the peeling paint, the dust-ridden shelves, the blackened mirrors and the chandeliers choked by cobwebs.
I love the fact that you don't play music in this bar, that when you come here, people can hear each other. But it's very unusual these days.
yeah, this is the most important thing of a bar.
Yeah.
The bar is a connection with the people.
This is a bar for night owls. It doesn't open until 10 o'clock at night, but people flock here nonetheless, drinking in the sense of history and the absinthe.
I fear I'm not going to like it, but I'd still like to try an absinthe.
Perfect. I will give you one.
Thank you.
To prepare the absinthe, the sugar goes to
At the end of the 19th century, absinthe was embraced by the bohemian crowd who gathered in cafes and bars like this one in search of inspiration. Although it was banned at the turn of the century, absinthe is now perfectly legal in every country in which alcohol is legal.
The thing is that inside of the absinthe is the green fairy.
Yes.
And the green fairy is sleeping.
So you have to wake her up.
For to waking up, you have to give them something sweet.
Salud.
Salud.
It's a tough job, but somebody has got to do it.
It's hard.
This is going to polish me off. I'll be dancing on the tables now. I start dancing on the tables. It's not me, it's the green fairy.
I've travelled to Barcelona in Catalonia, a region with a strong identity. In Catalan culture, nothing symbolises this more than the unique phenomenon of human towers. Wandering through Barcelona, it's a fairly common sight, even though it may look and sound like a medieval fair. Young or old, big or small, everyone is welcome in the human pyramid. Slowly and methodically, the castle builds up. It requires technical ability and daring, but these human towers are not just an exercise in thrill-seeking. Dating back to the 18th century, human towers represent the foundations of Catalan culture. I'm on my way to meet Eduard Parés, one of the organisers of the Castellers de Barcelona.
Where does the tradition of human towers come from?
It's a 200 years old tradition, especially from Catalonia. It comes from a religion tradition. They try to simulate the cross of Jesus Christ, but with the pass of the time, we have avoided the religion sense, and today it's just a tradition, a Catalan tradition, that resumes what are Catalan people.
Does it have a social value, do you think? What do you get from it?
It's the collaboration, the solidarity, the team working. There is a motto to say what human towers are: forza, equilibri, valor y seny. That means strong, balance, courage, and common sense. The four words are very important for the Catalan tradition of Castellers.
I'm going to join a Castell training session to learn more about this Catalan tradition. These local people gather for 3 hours, 3 times a week, to practice and perfect.
I'm just amazed by how many people turn up on a Tuesday night just to do this. It's kind of an odd pastime, seems to me. They're all, I don't know. It's not what I was expecting at all.
Venga, va, som-hi.
It's a combination of balance, strength, and clenched teeth concentration, with a healthy dose of bravery and trust. It's way more intense than I had anticipated. There are 3 definite parts to a castle: the piña or base, the trunk, and the pomme de dalt, the crown of the castle.
2 structures. The 4 structure here, 3 structure here, to make the 7 structure. Always a child that gets from this part and the other for the other part.
The very last person to ascend is the Anchaneta. Agile and light-footed, this nimble nipper clambers up the tower and raises an arm in the air when he or she reaches the pinnacle. As a mother of 2 small children, my heart is in my mouth, and I feel strangely emotional.
Children are the very courageous people.
It's the most incredible thing.
You need the combination of all the people, all the human team working together.
It's incredibly moving experience. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, do you want to join us? Come with me.
Eduard has invited me to become part of the piña, the base of the tower.
As they put the people, I will put you. 2, push with your arm and your hands. You have to take the arms like this. You will take her. Or here or here. ¿Vale? Approach to the tower. Wait a minute, wait. Now, take the arms here. Touch with the chest and the head down. Okay? Thank you very much. If I join us to a piña.
Have you enjoyed it? Yes! It's rather... It's amazing. I mean, the thing that I most notice is it's very intimate. We're very close. I was very close to people who I didn't know.
You feel the tower because you are in contact. It's the Catalan culture. You are touching everybody, and you need to be in contact with all the people. And that's the reason of what we can do, human towers.
That was the most astonishing, affecting, and humbling experience.
I mean, you know, I'm really fighting not to cry, and that is not me. It really isn't me. I mean, I don't know what it is that's making me feel so emotional exactly. But I think it is just unusual, this level of trust and this level of commitment and this
This mad thing that actually means something, though. It's very, very moving. And when I was part of it, you just do feel like you're part of something bigger than yourself. Watching this, you get a sense of the pride these people feel about preserving their culture and passing it through the generations. I think it's just one of those moments I'm never going to forget the whole of my life. The day that I came and saw this happening here. This experience perfectly encapsulates everything I've seen on this first leg of my journey. Next time, I'll be exploring the East Coast. I don't think I've ever been anywhere like this. From the little-known highlights of Valencia, I had absolutely no idea that this was here, to the expat enclave, the Costa Blanca.
Yes! Victory! Victory is mine!
My Spanish adventure is nearing its end. It's staggering. And what I've experienced of this country so far has amazed me at every step. My tour began in the northeast of Spain. I got excited in Pamplona.
I've got goosebumps.
Emotional in Barcelona. It is just unusual, this level of trust, this mad thing that actually means something. It's very, very moving. On the East Coast, Valencia tickled my taste buds.
I mean, this is like my perfect afternoon.
Cheers! I was bowled over by Benidorm.
That's it. I'm going home.
In the south, I felt such passion in Granada. That's pretty mind-blowing. On the west coast, I tasted history in Jerez.
It's delicious. It's gone down the ages very well.
Inland, the majesty of Madrid moved me.
Wow. What an amazing place.
And Salamanca seduced me.
What's not to like?
Now I've almost come full circle as I reach my final destination, the enigmatic region of Galicia.
There's nothing like this anywhere in the world.
At the northwest tip of the Iberian Peninsula, Galicia feels far removed from the rest of Spain, more akin to Cornwall than Andalusia. With its lush green landscapes and wide, sweeping bays, it's one of the most beautiful but least discovered regions of this country. Here, I'll journey into the heart of Spanish history. I'll unearth the dark corner of Spain's past in the forests of neighboring Castilla y León, before finishing, like so many thousands of pilgrims, in the ancient city of Santiago de Compostela. But my starting point is a rugged stretch of coast that's home to a little-known prehistoric sea creature. There's more coastline in Galicia than any other region of Spain. You will find rocky headlands and cliffs that cascade down to remote sandy beaches. One stretch is particularly alluring, with its haunting and ominous name, the Costa del Morte.
Costa de la Muerte is a very evocative term. It means coastline of the dead. It's a big Atlantic swell here. People who depend on it for their livelihood do so at their peril.
Here, local men and women risk their lives on a daily basis, scouring the storm-bashed sharp rocks for a delicacy known as persebes.
This seems like the most inhospitable place on earth to come to do a day's work. Just walking down here was quite an effort. And now looking at what they're doing down there, it seems actually insane.
Persebes, also known as gooseneck barnacles, are sticky little crustaceans that have populated the oceans for millions of years. The ones found in Galicia are the kings of Spanish seafood. At certain times of year in Madrid, you can pay as much as €200 for a kilo. Which is why women like Mari Carmen take potentially fatal risks in pursuit of their precious bounty.
This is a bloody dangerous job to do. There wouldn't be much help if you fell in the water. Don't fancy your chances for long in that sea.
On average, 5 fishermen die every year in these choppy waters.
Hats off to her, I have to say.
Mari Carmen has been a percebeira for 30 years, braving the waters 5 days a week to collect these primeval-looking sea creatures.
This is the Persebes. They're very strange-looking creatures. What is the life cycle of the Persebes? I mean, how do they get here? How do they reproduce? How do they grow?
Se reproducen ellos mismos. Hombre, es macho y hembra.
Sí.
Tiene el pene más grande, es el animal que tiene el pene más grande en proporción de su cuerpo, del mundo, ¿eh?
That's
Más
good.
grande que la del elefante aún, ¿eh?
Proportionately even bigger than an elephant's, she says.
Sí, en proporción de su cuerpo. Pues es así.
How long have these been so prized? Because they weren't always such a delicacy.
Pues antes era comida de pobres.
Yeah.
La persona que comía percebe era así como si fuera apartada. Era como si dijéramos, yo qué sé, ¿no? Pues marginales. Y ahora resulta que los marginales serán los ricos porque los pobres no los pueden comer.
Sí. So it's really interesting. It's only in the last, 28 years that these have become this prized delicacy that they are now. Before that, Persebes were the preserve of the very poor.
It's that reversal in fortune for Persebes that has encouraged the women of the Costa del Morte to become percebeira themselves.
La mujer aquí en Corme era una señorita. Trabajaban los hombres para las mujeres. Y entonces el hombre cuando venía, el dinero era de él. Entonces el percebe a la mujer cuando empezó a trabajar y tal, le dio una independencia de no depender de nadie, porque ganaban muchísimo dinero. Y antes no era así. Le dio la independencia completamente.
Have you ever thought of doing anything else?
No.
Never.
Soy jefa, hago lo que quiero, no manda nadie en mí, me siento cuando quiero, trabajo si me da la gana. Y soy así.
Mari Carmen is most definitely her own woman, and her relationship with Persebes is very much a working one.
Do you eat them?
Yo, en mi vida.
Why? Niente marisco?
Ninguno.
Why?
Ninguno.
¿Por qué?
Porque así no tengo ácido úrico.
Great, no, I'm really looking forward to this.
But I can't back out now. Having seen how hazardous they were to harvest, I feel duty-bound to try one in the local town of Corme.
Gracias. Mari Carmen has kindly cooked me up some of these Persebes, and slightly apprehensive, I must admit. They're not the most attractive-looking things I've ever seen. But nothing ventured.
Con cachelos, patata con la monda.
Traditionally, they are lightly boiled with just a bay leaf and a pinch of salt.
Come si come?
Sí, como se comen así, mira.
Actually, they just taste of the sea. I'm not entirely sure that I would rush to eat these every day of my life. I mean, just how they look is somewhat off-putting. I've probably put worse things in my mouth, though.
Hay que acostumbrarse a abrirlos así, para que no te caiga el agua en la cara.
Es bueno.
Sí.
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 Me gusta.
Sí. Ah, mira cómo aprendes.
Sono very good.
Entonces puedes apuntarte en Corme para ir a apañar.
Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll pass. Because I'm heading inland to the forests of Castilla y León to learn about Spain's darkest secret.
It's shocking to hear that Spain, a country that's in Western Europe, part of the Western world, is only second to Cambodia in terms of how many people are buried in mass graves.
I'm leaving behind the Costa del Morte and heading inland to Ponferrada in Castilla y León. Just as surprising as the jagged, harsh coastline, the landscape here is lush, mountainous, and peppered with forests of pine and eucalyptus. If you venture into these dense forests, you'll find flora and fauna and, if you're here at the right time of year, wild mushrooms.
So you don't find mushrooms in the summer, obviously? Right?
No, the best months are November.
Mushroom expert Manuel is a 60-year-old veterinarian who's been mad about mushrooms since he was a young boy. I've met up with him and his son Oscar in a forest just outside Ponferrada. The weather here is very favorable to mushrooms. Hot summers, plenty of rain, and a very humid and damp climate. Come autumn, these forests become a pantry of different species of edible mushrooms. And, as I'm about to learn, some that are not so edible.
How many types of mushrooms are there here? And how many are edible?
You can eat like 100 and 120 mushrooms here, and there are like 100 and 500.
1,500?
Yeah.
So you've got some mushrooms here. Will you just show me?
Es un agaricus santoderma.
Yeah.
Santoderma significa piel amarilla.
Yellow skin.
Yeah. Es comibile?
No.
No.
Toxic.
Toxic. What happens if you eat them?
Problemas gástricos, náuseas,
problems.
vómitos,
Nausea,
intoxicación. Toxic.
Vomiting, intoxication. How many types are the ones that are so toxic that they'll kill you?
Amanita phalloides es una seta de color verde.
Sí.
Bueno, no sé.
Is that the only one?
No, hay más, hay más.
Sí, ¿cuánto?
60, 70, 80 especies diferentes que nos pueden causar la muerte. Si las comemos, no pasa nada por tocarlas, por olerlas.
Sí, okay. To my horror, there's up to 80 types of very, very poisonous mushrooms. They might not kill you if you only ate one, you'd be very ill, but if you ate 6 or 7, you'd be done for.
These forests and this region may conceal an array of mushrooms, but they also harbour a dark secret, a part of Spain's history that would be impossible for me to ignore. It's easy to forget that Spain was in the grip of a fascist dictatorship as recently as 1975. General Franco had oppressed Spain for 36 years. That time saw the deaths of more than 200,000 men and women. Few were afforded a dignified burial. Most were thrown in mass graves strewn across Spain. Since then, Franco and the horrors of his regime have been buried too, erased from memory. All that changed in 2000, here in the remote village of Priaranza del Bierzo, the site of one of Franco's bloodiest civilian massacres. I've met up with Emilio, a journalist whose grandfather was killed in that massacre.
Hi, Emilio. I'm Alex. Thank you so much for meeting with me here. So, tell me about the significance of this place.
In this place, during 64 years, there was a mass grave.
Yes.
With no objects to know exactly the place. And in 2000, I arrived here asking the old people of this area. And one of them told me the mass grave, perhaps with the bones of my grandfather, is there near those trees. I found the place, and a group of archaeologists and forensic doctors opened the grave. I want to identify my grandfather because I want to put the bones of my grandfather with the bones of my grandmother. And now they are both in the cemetery of my family.
Reuniting his grandparents led Emilio to form the Association for the Recovery of Historical Memory, a group dedicated to unearthing mass graves.
At the beginning, we say perhaps we have more and less 30,000 missing people in Spain. Now, today, we know 113,000 missing people.
It's a little-known fact, but Spain is second only to Cambodia as the country with the highest number of disappeared.
When the Franco's regime finished in 1975, the people who made our transition are most of them children of the Franco's regime, and they decide to create this very, very big silence.
Thanks to the work of Emilio and his association, that silence has finally been broken. Today, there is a single primary purpose to the association's work: the return of the victims' remains to their families.
How many people do you think you've helped reunite with their families?
We find in the last 15 years, 8,000 people in mass graves.
Yeah.
We can identify 1,200. I think it's very important to look for these missing people because we cannot leave the people in ditches like animals. We have to look for these people. We give the bones to the relatives, all of them, the old people, arrive the arm of the volunteers and say, now I can die in peace.
The association has a nucleus of 7 to 10 people who work from their small lab in nearby Ponferrada. The process begins with an email from a relative which might inform them about the details of a missing person and where they were possibly buried. Much like detectives, the team research the disappearance. If they have enough evidence, then the dig will begin. The team, aided by volunteers, carefully sift through the earth, searching for clues or scattered bones. All the time watched on by locals and anxious relatives. Nicole is a volunteer who has journeyed all the way from California to work with the association.
Can you tell me what's happening here?
So what we're doing is we're looking for 2 men that were executed in 1942. I believe they had been hiding in the mountains. So around that time, the war had already ended. These men were arrested, they were judged, and then they were executed.
Summarily executed?
Yes, yeah. So these 2 men were supposedly shot near the south wall of the old cemetery, which is this wall here.
Yeah.
And then buried without any sort of casket. They were just sort of shoved into a pit and forgotten.
What set off this particular investigation?
One of the family members of the missing men, the son, wanted to find his father before he died. He's got to be in his late 70s.
Do families find, does it help them find some kind of peace resolution or some kind of...
Yes.
I mean, that's what the process is about,
It's closure.
isn't it?
I think there's a need to bury and mourn the dead. One of the things they say a lot here is to give the families the right to decide how their relatives should be buried as opposed to the people who murdered them.
Yeah.
Death rituals are important. We crave that, and especially if you're a religious person, to think that that's going to lead to a more restful time in heaven or whatever, that's extremely important and it's powerful.
Below us, the team have unearthed a grim but potentially important discovery. They found the remains of a body. Now they must begin the delicate process of identifying it.
This particular individual is complete.
Yeah,
so that's they're also, my guess would be, looking to see if there's another body next to it or underneath it, because they should be buried together.
The problem is that they're looking for very clear evidence that they're dealing with a mass grave rather than just an ordinary burial. When you think about it, it's obvious. When you're exhuming a normal grave, you will find people who are buried in a respectful manner, i.e. with their hands by their sides or their hands crossed on their chest, the traditional positions that the dead are put into. In a mass grave, that is obviously not the case.
As the team's resident archaeologist, René oversees the excavations.
So can you explain to me some of the challenges of arranging an archaeological dig like this?
Pues cuando encontramos los cuerpos, lo primero que tenemos que saber y descubrir son el cráneo y la pelvis. Esas dos partes de los cuerpos nos indican si estamos delante de un cuerpo de un hombre o de una mujer. Son aspectos antropológicos forenses que nos permiten elaborar un perfil de esas personas. Y después, la otra parte más importante es buscar esas evidencias relacionadas con las causas de la muerte, como pueden ser los orificios de bala o también las fracturas en los huesos. Vamos a buscar...
Is it a satisfying job to do?
Sí. La verdad es que la mayor gratificación que tiene este trabajo es devolverle a las familias a sus desaparecidos después de 80 años donde ni el Estado español ni la justicia han hecho nada por ayudarles.
It's very important to shine a light on the past, on the historic past, because he feels that these people haven't been rendered justice.
This corpse will be carefully taken to their lab, where they will analyse the remains, forensically examining any physical data to try to prove beyond doubt the identity of the victim. If it is who they were looking for, they will then return the body to his or her family so they can finally rest in peace.
Completely blown me away to discover that Spain is only second to Cambodia with the numbers of the disappeared, as they're called here, in mass graves. I mean, I'm sure that almost nobody who you talk to would realise that.
Today has opened my eyes to a hidden history here in Spain. But thankfully, not all of this country's past is quite so bleak.
It's like dancing. I'm already really, really enjoying this. Yeah.
I've headed back into Galicia and north to the port city of A Coruña. Often overlooked by travellers, it's an historic city with fabled beaches, impressive architecture and wonderful food, particularly pulpa a la gallega.
I love octopus, and pulpa a la gallega is my favourite way to eat it. When it's been boiled in a copper pot in the traditional manner, it's scalded 3 times and then served on a wooden dish. Very thinly sliced, with only 3 other ingredients: olive oil, salt and paprika. That's the traditional way, and I still think it's the best. This restaurant is reputedly the best place to eat pulpa a la gallega, and I'm so excited about it. Thank you very much. Oh, yum. Thank you.
Nice?
Delicious.
Thank you.
That is just a heavenly dish.
As a port city, A Coruña has always had an abundance of seafood and a strong reliance on the sea. And there's one iconic building that has watched over the ocean here for thousands of years.
I'm looking at the Tower of Hercules, which is the oldest functioning lighthouse in the world. It's been guiding ships around this part of the coastline since Roman times, and it's been refurbished many, many times in its wonderful career. It's an impressive structure, but even more impressive to me is the fact that it's stood here more or less in this form for over 2,000 years. And here in particular, you feel a very strong connection with the past.
If you have the stamina to climb the steps, the tower has magnificent views of the city and beyond. There's an ancient myth that suggests that Galicians could see north to Ireland from the top of the Hercules Tower. And it's true that there is a real connection between Galicia and Northern Europe. In fact, Galicia is still one of the 7 recognized Celtic nations, and the word itself means the land of the Gaelic people. Here, some still believe in Druidry, a Celtic religion connected to nature.
Hi.
Very nice to meet you, Joan.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Alex.
Joan.
Very nice to meet you.
Juan is a Druid very much in tune with his Celtic roots.
What you have here in Galicia, we believe, is one of the core territories of Atlantic Celtic culture.
As you travel around this region, it's not unusual to come across remnants of its Celtic past. Menhirs like these and standing stone formations called dolmens.
What are the significance of these stones to you personally?
The significance of this stone has to do with the place where we are. And right now we're at the base of a peninsula that's projecting itself into the sea. And that's what's really important, because the sea in Druidry or in Celtic religion was the land of the beyond, the land of the dead. So it's a monument to our ancestors. And then it has an historical significance, because you can find this here, and then you can go to Ireland or you can go to Cornwall, and you find the same thing. And you realize that there was a time when we were the same people.
So does the Celtic connection mean that you feel closer to other parts of the Atlantic fringe than you do to the rest of Spain?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the fact that Galicia is part of the Spanish state, it's an historical accident, really, because it was easier and faster to sail back and forth to the north and the south, like using the Atlantic Ocean, than riding your horse eastwards. If you wanted to take your horse and your chariot to the center of the peninsula, it would take you up to a month. If you wanted to sail to Ireland or go to Wales or go to England or go, you know, it could be a 3-4 day trip.
Yeah.
So, you know, for thousands of years, that was like our neighborhood.
Do you think the past is more vivid here in Galicia than it is in other parts of Spain?
Yeah, the past is alive here, of course it is, because there are things that are around you that you can just change and they shape your culture.
It's not only Juan who feels a strong tie with his past. Here they place genuine value on their cultural heritage. Another ancient tradition that Galicians are fighting to preserve is historical martial arts. These men and women are reclaiming the blade from the past. But this isn't fencing or historical reenactment. This is real competitive combat with actual weapons.
Looks like such fun.
Dennis is a 32-year-old web designer and the head of the group Galicia in Arms.
Dennis, I'm Alex. Nice to meet you. It's crazy. So tell me about this. What's going on here?
Well, what you're seeing is a class of historical European martial arts. The basic technique here is to defend yourself, first and foremost, and then to wound your opponent. To practice that, we pick books which were written in the 14th century, in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries. We are reading those books, putting that into practice, and bringing it alive again.
Dennis has offered to give me a lesson in the art of fighting with a medieval longsword.
These are the tools of the trade.
Okay, good.
Right, so this is a longsword, right?
Yeah.
This is two-handed, mostly.
Feels good. I mean, I've never held a sword before. So it's, but you know, I can, willing to give anything a go.
A longsword, all right? You said that you were right-handed?
Yes.
Well, you hold it with your dominant hand.
Yeah.
Near the hilt. This is the crossguard, the hilt, all right? And your left feet should be forwards, right? And from there, right, you're going to punch forward, right? It is always the sword first and the body afterwards.
Longswords were in use in the 14th and 15th centuries. These swords are made of solid steel and weigh as much as 2 kilos.
Follow, thrust. Strike, follow, thrust. All right?
Yeah. I'm already really, really enjoying this.
Unlike fencing, where the main aim is to score points, the objective of historical sword fighting is to get out of a confrontation unharmed.
Oh my gosh. It's like dancing.
It's a dance, but sword fighting is a dance with someone who doesn't cooperate.
Yeah.
Looks like I've got a lot to learn if I'm to master this ancient art.
Okay.
That's it, better?
It is a growing sport, and I can see why.
If you strike, this is perfect.
Such fun. Who knew? Definitely right up my street. Just think the older I get, the more I understand that it's all about passion and about how inspiring people who are passionate about the things they do are. You know, what do I know or care about medieval martial arts? But I am completely hooked.
In truth, all of Galicia is rich in passion. Nowhere more so than its most treasured city, Santiago. 1 hour south of A Coruña, Santiago is the spiritual heart of Galicia. For over 1,000 years, pilgrims have flocked to this magical city, walking the Camino de Santiago, an epic 500-mile hike. It's well worth the effort when they get here.
It is a stunning city. Beauty absolutely everywhere. Of all the places that I've been, this is somewhere that immediately, from the moment that you step into one of the squares, feels the most special. Architecture is stunning. A lot is hewn from the same colour stone, and there are endless flights of steps and little alleyways. You definitely feel the weight of the centuries here. And this is the last stop on my travels throughout Spain, and it feels like a very fitting place to end my journey.
Whilst I'm here in Santiago, I'm going to rest my head in a very historic hotel. The 5-star Hostal Reyes des Católicos is thought to be the oldest hotel in Europe. Commissioned by the King of Spain way back in the 15th century as a hostel for Santiago's exhausted pilgrims, it's had various incarnations since. At one time, it was a royal hospital, another an orphanage. Now it's a hotel run by manager Julio.
I've heard rumours that this is the oldest hotel in Europe, although I believe there's other hotels that may claim that too.
We are considered to be one of the oldest hotels, not only in Europe, as well in the world. So obviously today it's a hostel for everybody, but it started to be a hostel for pilgrims in 1510. It got this function during more than four centuries. We can consider that as well as one of the oldest hostels in the world.
So considering how important Santiago is and how important this hotel is to the history of Santiago, you must have a lot of important visitors come here.
Well, obviously, Santiago is a very special city, and here many personalities, politicians or artists came for special events. I can say that during the history of the hotel, that many monarchs were staying here in our rooms. I remember in 1999, in the Holy Year, the Rolling Stones were staying here, Charlton Heston, Robert Barner, many American actors were staying here as well. Obviously, this is one special hotel, and when you decide to do an important summit here in Santiago,
this is where you come.
Yeah, that's right.
Since 1954, the hotel has been one of Spain's state-run paradors, and the many famous names that have stayed here would have no doubt indulged in the local cake of Santiago.
You cannot come to Santiago and not try the torta de Santiago, which is basically made of almonds.
I mean, the ingredients are almonds, eggs, sugar, and butter, and this is very popular. This is nearly like marzipan.
Looks delicious. It's very, very rich.
Yeah. For the diet, I don't think it's a good thing, but...
It's lovely.
Do you like it?
I absolutely love it.
Yes.
This cake has welcomed arriving pilgrims since the Middle Ages. A much-needed lift at what is an emotional time, as I'm about to find out.
Congratulations. I found what I came looking for.
That was very moving. You know, this gentleman said he found what he was looking for. Must be an amazing sense of achievement.
It's morning in Santiago de Compostela. And like every other morning, the first wave of pilgrims are arriving in the city. This is their final destination, the last tired steps on the Camino de Santiago, the Way of St. James. Many have walked for over a month to get here, an emotional journey across northern Spain. Some are here to honor the Apostle St. James, others on their own spiritual quest.
250,000 pilgrims a year come to this office to get their certificate of distance. To get it, you have to have travelled 100 kilometres on foot or 200 kilometres on horseback or by bicycle. To achieve your certificate, you have got to get stamps along the way to prove that you've actually covered that distance. The atmosphere is kind of quite calm, unsurprisingly, as I'm sure that lots of these people are completely exhausted, having been walking for 30 or 40 days at a time. Must be an amazing sense of achievement.
For some, the experience is literally life-changing.
Did you like the Camino? Did you enjoy this? Like this morning, one foot was taking me forward, one foot was taking me back. I wanted to be here, and I didn't want it to finish at the same time.
Yeah, it was quite hard, the Camino. Yes, but at the same time, it was fantastic. No?
It's an amazing. I found what I came looking for.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was very moving, and you know, this gentleman said he found what he was looking for, and I don't know what that is, but that's always a good thing, isn't it? Find what you're looking for. Feeling very moved by the process, much more than I thought I would be.
The pilgrims all naturally congregate in the main square, one of Spain's largest and most impressive plazas. There may well be a lot of backpacks and blisters here, but it's impossible to resist the warm and jubilant atmosphere.
There's a lot of celebration, people embracing and shaking hands and high-fiving each other, whichever bit of the Camino you did. This is the final point. You know you've arrived, you know you've done it. You know, it's a kind of constant scene of celebration. It's lovely.
Daniela and her friends have just arrived in Santiago by bike. They've traveled 800 kilometers to get here.
You're happy you did it?
Mucho.
Very, very happy that she's done it.
Yo vi que es posible hacer de una manera. Esta fue la parte más importante para mí. Comprender que se puede hacer de una forma leve, disfrutando todo y con hacer toda la vida despacio, ¿sí?
Sí.
No es importante hacer y vivir rápidamente, no.
Sí.
Disfruta, ve todo, sea feliz. Le digo, muchas gracias todo el día, por todo. Por comer bien, por amar, por ter amigos, familia. Y aquí en el camino eso se queda más grande, ¿no?
Sí.
Se queda importante. Todo fica se queda más bonito.
It's so lovely what she just said, which is very kind of emotional and articulate. She's 42 years old, she feels young.
But what she's realised is that it's so important just to get space, to get time in your life, to have time to enjoy life. And I think that's an amazing philosophy. If the pilgrimage teaches you that, then I think everyone should do it. For many of the millions of pilgrims, this journey is primarily a religious one. And the final destination for them is the same today as it has been for 1,000 years. This is the cathedral, and it's pretty awe-inspiring. This cathedral is the reason the Camino came into existence. It is here that the relics of St. James the Apostle are believed to lie. The last part of the ritual is to come here and embrace the statue of St. James so that some of his sanctity can be bestowed on you. Pilgrims climb the stairs that lead to an area behind the altar where they queue up to kiss or embrace the statue, wrapping their arms around him in a hug. It's an emotional end to the journey. And as a Catholic, this is all very moving to me. But I want to know why it's still so relevant to so many today. To find out, I'm meeting the Dean in the cathedral's cloisters. Perché pensa che così tante persone lo fanno ancora in questo mondo che è così noisy, che c'è così tanto rumore, che è così veloce questo mondo con l'internet, con viaggi, con aerei, con tutto quello? Perché
Esa es la razón justo. La persona necesita silencio, necesita encontrarse consigo mismo. Y en una sociedad como la nuestra, estresada en todos los sentidos, necesita de espacios, de momentos, de encuentros. Y eso se hace en la soledad del corazón, en el diálogo y el encuentro con las otras personas, y que está bellamente expresado en los distintos ritos, en los distintos momentos de la peregrinación.
It has become even more important for human beings to encounter silence and to encounter themselves. And he says it's like a therapy, and it's more needed than ever in our world of today. The final flourish for many of the pilgrims is Mass in the cathedral, a very special experience in more ways than one. The Botafumeiro is a giant vessel full of burning incense and red-hot charcoal which has been in use in the cathedral since the Middle Ages. Its original use was to clean the air of the pungent odour of unwashed pilgrims. Since then, it has taken on a religious significance. It takes 8 men called tiraboleiros and a system of antique pulleys and huge ropes to propel the Botafumeiro. 75 kilos of silver-plated brass swings like an enormous pendulum above our heads, wafting incense as it arches through the air at speeds in excess of 68 kilometers per hour. I'd be lying if I said you feel completely safe. I've never seen anything like that. It was completely mad. That enormous censer swinging wildly over everyone's heads. Probably a fitting end to this amazing journey throughout Spain that I've enjoyed so much every minute of. I've been surprised and amazed by so many things here, even the places that I thought were obvious tourist spots. I can't pick out one place because I've loved it all, every single minute of this trip. I'm glad I'm ending it here, though.